Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
There is a huge burden on you who became satellites. Try to understand that with what happened in Linz this week, and with the first test, we have set a precedence for the whole change of the structure. Your child cries, he doesn't talk, you reach his soul, you understand where the pain is. You have a mentally handicapped child. You want to know how you can bring the change. You reach the soul. Does the physicality matter? Those of you who are beautiful people will come to understand, to see all the members of the family within the one physical structure. We shall see from what we saw this week, end of what I call, or the beginning to an end of the knowledge of what we build and nourish as prisons. We see an end to addiction. We see an end to criminality, and we see an end to kingship. We see the beginning of how we transmute people's soul, elevate them, nourish them, and like a dream you had, return back to them. What we saw this week in Linz, without a doubt, will bring massive changes to many of us. And as a head of Patient Nation and responsible for setting up the One Race Planet, as I have agreed before I arrived here, will endeavor to bring that as fast as possible to be applicable. And it brings a positive change. The world is going through a position of mayhem, not knowing uncertainty, and this uncertainty is creating more problems in the coming months and years, and we are here to use it to change the course for peace. We are not standing for elections, we are not standing to interfere with powers. We elevate the soul of the man in a very massive way. Now there are physical systems, and it can be shown, and it will be developed for all levels of understanding. This process of transmutation of the soul and transmutation of soul of physicality, which is confirmed this week, will bring us many, many changes. Will bring us amazing amount of changes. I hope, as human race, as knowledge seekers, you understand what you have entered into and what you have brought to be, and what is about to come, and how much change it will come and bring for all of us.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Keshe Foundation's Spaceship Institute Flight Simulation Blueprint Testimonials. This is Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. This is a special broadcast that was arranged by Mr. Keshe to be broadcast from Linz, Austria. And I think we are ready to begin. So let's tune in to the live broadcast from Linz, Austria. Okay, we see a background there. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you available yet? We're not hearing anything yet, so just to let you know.
Hello,
We
can you hear me?
we see your image and hear your voice now,
No.
Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good morning, good day to you. As usual, whenever and wherever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers, Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Today, we are out of character work we've done before. Why we done this is that we try to bring knowledge seekers around the world to get more involved in the flight tests and be part of it. And in a way, for this week at least, we maybe try to let you to hear what goes inside the flight room. And then we take it a step at a time. We have today about 10 people who come for the flight simulation. As I said, this is a back end of what we did before when we were testing. And fortunately, the first 5 people who arrived are from Canada, Germany, and Switzerland. And what we're going to do is the 3 Canadians are for flight test simulation today, but for what we call the other side of actual testing for flight tomorrow. This is a good opportunity for us to maybe carry the 2 days together with them. And this gives us a better opportunity to see how the energy fields and everything changes overnight with them to tomorrow. And we'll try to develop a new way of understanding. You will see a lot of blank spaces, which Rick and the others try to cover, because this is not a live show. It's not an American movie that you see run and hit and the rest of it. This is an actual process that we go through every week here. We have to give it time. We have to allow the soul to develop, to expand the energy fields. And then from there, we see how we can interact with it. We cannot interact till it actually expands. There is no other position to do such a thing. So in a way, it's like when people go into the system, we allow to pass the position of what you call going to sleep. We allow to take over from the blood circulation strength and expand the field of the center of the body of the man in the brain to expand beyond. And then that's the time when we can interact with it. Till that happens, we're dealing with the man, physicality of the man. When that expansion happens and the field goes beyond, is when we deal with the fields of the man, the soul of the man. The way when we talk, we do something wrong or we do something good from our physical life, it goes to our soul, and the soul interacts with other souls, or from interaction of other souls we get and we interact in the physical dimension. We call it a dream. Now we go to different position. Now we go into a dimension where we see what the soul hears and what physicality follows with it. So in this system, the new system, is that we try to allow the expansion. It's not a cooking or a bakery that is baking that you allow the, what do you call it, the dough to ferment. This is the way you build the trust. This time, when the energy comes from the center into the outside, is a process of trust. Trust that the soul of the man trusts soul of physicality, and then soul of physicality goes with trust with the physicality, that we change what we call our work. We change our setting. We change our understanding. Up to now, the physicality was responsible. Now the soul is responsible. And once we establish this, we'll see a lot of these things going on. We see a lot of change of position. We see and we understand how man really knows his physicality and how man really knows his soul of physicality. The process is amazing when we see the soul of the man interacting. When we see the man interacts with his own soul. When we see the man has to handle his physicality. The one thing which you hear today a lot, we are in an open platforms of the Keshe Foundation Exhibition Center. In a way, we have never shown this before. The camera's positioned in the center that gradually maybe we take you around to see it. The beauty of the center and what you come to and what is expected to bring in the future. As I said in the teaching of the Thursday, I was in the lab, or actually on Sunday in American teaching, I was in the lab on Friday, and the second two systems are coming operation, which means they're getting set up and they will come into the what we call positional use. And when they come, we are ready for a full transmutation from one system to another. It'll be interesting to see how people react. It'll be interesting to see how they bring things up. And if I can ask, can you go on the rotating camera and show the downstairs setting? Then you can see what this and how this thing is set up. I leave it to Dean to take us around because I don't see the pictures. Actually, I can see in the background. Then you see the setup of the downstairs, which we have never shown in a way. You've seen it maybe in the presentation of the energy system and the gas system. Everything is in one place. That's our studio, and that's what you see from the camera up. If Dean can move around with it, you can see gradually the enhancement units in the background, both the enhancement units, the matter states enhancement unit and the health enhancement unit, the body enhancement unit, they're all sitting. And then on the top end, you see the, what we call the entrance and upstairs. So we are moving downstairs today in primarily the what we're going to do. We're going to bring in the 3 Canadians and gradually go through the process of starting up and going through it. As I said, this is not an American movie to see everything set up flash quick. This is a real life what happened in research. You're becoming part of that research. You're becoming part of to understand how much time it takes to gather a little bit of information that it might help a little bit in the future. I'm going to leave you for a few minutes. We have 4 people in the flight center test for other reasons. And then we come back and we start with our Canadian team who are here. And I hope one day they don't need to fly back. We can send them back through the process of what we have here. Rick, if you want to take over for a bit till we settle, and then you can see the 3 Canadians with us. They introduce themselves, and we'll see them most probably tomorrow and see how they change from now till 3, 4 o'clock tomorrow. Tomorrow we finish at about 3:30. We come to a halt, and then we go on with the next set. Are you there, Rick, to take over?
Yes. Do you want me to share the screen then, or?
You can share the screen. I'll leave it to you what you want to play in the background, or anybody wants to talk. Yep.
Okay, I see. Okay. Okay, here we are. Is there anything anyone would like to say or discuss at this point? If you are an attendee here, you can put up your hand and I can open the microphone for you.
Yes. Well, Rick, we
Yes.
bring the Canadians on, let them explain who they are, what they are before they go in. These are like the 3 astronauts. In NASA, you see them with a lot of clothes. Here, you see them the way they are. Share one microphone between each other. Okay? And this is literally you as what we call flight test people. You prepared your souls to be here. You prepared your souls to be here. And you usually see the interview of the astronauts. You see the interview with what we call flight test people, hoping to become what we call the motions of the future. This is unexpected, so come in, please.
Do you want to put on that camera? Right now we're seeing the overhead.
Can you put the camera on, please? Can you see me? Yeah.
Not yet. We see your toes.
You see my toes?
Yes.
Where do you see my toes?
From the sky cam.
No, you got to change it to the other camera. You're there?
There we go. Yes, we see you now.
You see now.
See all of you now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you can see the called Canadian contingency. Most probably some are from Europe originally, but let them explain who they are. And as Keshe Foundation is one big family, we'll see why they are here, how they are here, till we let you in. Yeah. Now you speak to the 3 new astronauts of the future to come in a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Alexander. My friends call me Sasha. I've been seeking my true nature on my own spiritual path since 2009. It's been a beautiful and crazy adventure. And then I met this gentleman about 2 years ago, and he's also a knowledge seeker, but through the Keshe Foundation. So slowly I started learning a little bit from him, and I got more and more interested. And then I realized really what this is, and it's quite amazing. It's mind-blowing, as I'm sure many of you realize, and I'm super excited to be here today. And there's no end to our learning and our growth. So here we are. We're ready to rock and roll. Hopefully, we will get to come back in a physical form to experience a bit more of this life. You know, I'm not quite ready to leave the realm yet, but crossing our fingers. And then, oh yeah, and then this beautiful being. Well.
Hi, I'm Crystal, and my friends know me as Zoa. I like to think of myself as kind of the overlap between science and spirituality. So once I heard of the Keshe Foundation, it just fit exactly me and everything about me. So I'm very excited to be here today and see how I can contribute to this ever expanding knowledge. Yeah.
Hey everybody, my name is Nikolai. I'm from Canada as well. I've been here in the Keshe Foundation teachings for a number of years and finally had a chance to come to Linz with the help of this lovely human over there. And so for the past year and a half, we've been working on a number of projects, and the most recent one is called Project Love. And that's essentially to bring all beings the awareness that we are one consciousness of love, and how do we support each other in creating the new world together. So we have a number of things happening in the background, but really I'm excited to be here. This is finally here to experience that which we've worked together for so many years, and meeting some faces and some other faces that I've only heard the voices of for 4 or 5 years has been beautiful already. And yeah, excited to be here and excited to see what happens.
Thank you, Nikolai. Mr. Keshe is presently busy. Nikolai, can I just check? You have got your microphone open, yeah?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
I've just muted it again, but I've opened it up again.
How was your journey here? How did you arrive? Was it a long journey by plane?
It was a bit. I was in Phoenix actually at the time. These guys came from Vancouver, so I flew on like 3 little planes across America, and then a big one across the pond to the UK. Spent some time in your country there for a minute, and then we hopped over to Slovakia, and then took a train from there here. So it's been a few days of travel, and then finally settling into the apartment here in the last 2 days. Finally felt grounded, which was good. But yeah, it's been a bit of a trek.
Yeah. So how are you finding the culture in Europe? Is it the same? Is it different? How do you find it?
It's different. I mean, my mom's German, so
Yeah,
I've last time I was here was probably 15 or 16 years ago. And so a lot of my old language is coming back and having to use words that I haven't used in a long time. But it's fun. I love it here in so many ways. We had a great time in Bratislava. That was a really gorgeous town.
Yeah.
Old scenery looked phenomenal, and
Yeah.
that old town vibe was really interesting. But yeah, it's been interesting in Austria too. We walked around Linz yesterday for the first time and kind of saw downtown area, and it's beautiful. So it's been a lot of fun.
You enjoyed Linz?
Yeah, so far.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't really had much time, but we walked around and got some food, and I'm able to eat gluten in this country, which is not a thing I can do in Canada. So that's fantastic.
First croissant at age 33.
No, just another one. And yeah, otherwise it's been lovely.
Okay. And how are you feeling? Anticipation about taking your experience, your flight?
I mean, honestly, upstairs, super calm, filling paperwork out, just reading, and of course going, okay, well, if I invent anything, I guess I have to give it all to the Keshe Foundation. So that's all right.
We were going to cut them in on the profits. We weren't going to be greedy, you know.
Yeah. So there have been some things, in fact, we've actually been working on, and some stuff that I've been making in the last few months.
Okay.
So we've put a little website together. If you guys want to view any of our projects at all, we can tell you that maybe in another time. I don't want to push anything here, but yeah, we would be giving 1/3 of the profits back to Keshe Foundation to essentially have people come and have these experiences. So that was part of the mission in a way, but perhaps the inventions just go straight to someone else, and whatever comes from these sessions are donated back in IP instead.
Okay. And so I can see you're dressed fully in the foundations.
I didn't want to be a show off. I have the outfit too, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be really try hard showing up here. Hey, everybody, I got my outfits on. So I'm going to let Nikolai be the try hard today.
Yeah, he looks very dapper. He looks very
well.
good.
It works, and somehow this lovely human here has shoes that fit me, because I had black boots that were not going to suit the look at all.
Yeah. Okay.
So but no, I brought this shirt with me, and then Sasha brought the pants with him, and then we tried them on yesterday, and I thought, well, this is too funny. I got to do it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And so you've got you're wearing a lot of gans.
Yeah. And I've realized that.
Are you feeling anything? Is
It's
it
been
too much with everything that's going on around us? Is it
super peaceful,
yeah,
super
peaceful?
calm.
Yeah,
Yeah, like none of that's actually seems to be a problem. I mean, who knows what'll happen in the systems, but we read the back of the package and it kind of
Yeah.
said something about being an expansive experience while being in the flight simulation.
Mhm.
And then Sasha went, "Oh my God, what?
Yeah,
I
I
want
should
to wear
drop
my
mine and
pants."
finish show off. Yeah.
But hey, we'll see. It's been nice. I only wore them yesterday for the first time and just tried them on to make sure they fit. And it looks a little silly, but I think it's fun.
No. It's wonderful. And yeah, I'm sure it will enhance your experience maybe even more.
Yeah, who knows?
You know,
Yeah,
who knows? Who knows?
it might just leave an imprint for trying them on later.
Yeah. Nicola, you've been a beautiful knowledge seeker for quite some time, and you have, I know you have some extensive knowledge. So how is your experience right in this moment, now that you're actually standing here in the flight center? Mr. Kesh is present. You have knowledge seekers that you've known by voice. So you know the soul of maybe my voice, Mr. Kesh's voice, and many other voices. How are you feeling in this moment?
Super peaceful. I mean, it feels great to be here. Just looking around, and we had paperwork to fill up upstairs, and Mario was there helping us, and so another one of these beautiful people that I've met again through voice and through on the soul level, and yourself as well, Dean. I mean, we've been interacting on Telegram for 3 or 4 years at this point. But yeah, no, it feels wonderful and feel right at home. And yeah, just excited to share my knowledge to the system as well, and receive whatever comes from this one over here. We have kind of a specific intention in so many ways for sharing some of what he's had in his own spiritual awakening, and acting as a receiver for whatever comes through him, and then to broadcast that back to all of the souls that have connection through us.
Okay. Can I just ask you a question? So how long have you been exposed to this knowledge, this foundation?
So specifically the Kesh Foundation knowledge? Pretty much I started getting exposed a little bit when we met a year and a half ago, but gradually, and then more and more in the last few months. Yeah.
Okay. And your knowledge of the experience, what may or may not happen for you inside the flight experience room, this place that's just behind you. Do you have any expectations? Are you say you're setting a spiritual goal or something?
Yeah, for me personally, I've been obsessed with knowing my true nature and self-realization, call it enlightenment, since around 2009 when I had my first spiritual awakening. And I've had a lot of profound, ego death and experiencing the truth of reality, which is absolute, just pure consciousness, pure love, pure existence, no time, forever. And that's the nature of all beings. It's just absolute unconditional love, forever experiencing itself. And so my personal intention is to share that knowledge of oneness and love with all beings, all knowledge seekers, anywhere. So that's my personal intentions, that all beings may remember this beautiful truth, that we're all one love and one consciousness. Yeah. Because with that knowledge, there's no fear, there's no doubt. It's just like we're literally here to remember that truth, that we're all that, and it's beautiful. So that's why I showed up.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. That's good. How do you feel about this? So what's your experience going to be?
I'm actually very new to most of this. We were looking at when we all signed the World Peace Treaty, and I was like, wow, it was a month ago. So yeah, it was just kind of a knowing for me. I feel like I was supposed to be here. We all obviously are very connected to our spiritual side, and it was very new, kind of meeting these guys, and it was it's just meant to be here.
Let me ask you another question then. So signing the World Peace Treaty with your soul.
Yeah.
So that's a condition where you are for eternity, sign yourself to be a peaceful person. I know you're peaceful anyway.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I am. Definitely. Yeah, it felt good. I don't know what the question was.
Did you connect with your soul when you sign every twist, every sign that you do with your intention to be a peaceful soul to give to other souls? Did you just sign it, or did you?
I think I do everything with my soul. Yeah, with everything I do, with all of the intention. So yeah, I think this was my mission in this incarnation, is to heal this planet and create peace.
Thank you.
Thank
Beautiful.
you.
Okay, Nikolai, is there anything else you'd like to know? Is there anything you'd like to know about your experience or about the center?
I mean, not really, Dean. I'm just happy to be here.
You're just happy to be here,
I'm
yeah.
excited for whatever is going to come from the first 2 days here. You know, at first we thought we were here for a flight simulation experience on day 1, and then a transmutation tomorrow. And then in the Kesh American Knowledge team on Sunday, we're listening in, going, oh, it's a live stream. Oh, how fascinating. So that was interesting for our psyches yesterday to go, holy cow. But other than that, I mean, I'm just excited to have this experience and to essentially be able to receive this experience that Sasha's had through his deep spiritual awakenings, because he's spoken about this. And there's one thing to talk about it and to give out a pamphlet and say, you know, we're all one, or wear a shirt that says that. But to have that experience transmitted through the soul is going to be very different in what I can imagine.
Yeah,
and
when
to be
I
able to then receive that and then broadcast that back is what I'm most excited for.
we're kind of joking about this, like, you know, I could spend my whole life doing my mission, doing workshops and hugging people and teaching people how to love more and open up their hearts, and it's all beautiful. But on a soul level, when I started to understand the power of, you know, what this technology is, if I could go on the soul level to all souls and say, this is what we are this love, maybe I could reach the whole planet and achieve my life purpose in one moment, instead of spending the next, 100 years going around, hugging people and giving out love t-shirts, you know what I mean? So here we are. Yeah. We're just happy to be Mr. Kesh's guinea pigs.
Yeah, as usual. We think something's happening and something completely else might be going on, and that's totally fine.
I find what's so beautiful is that we are now talking to the world, and I know there's some very influential people watching, taking note of what's happening in this very moment, and it's significantly important for humanity, for yourselves, for the souls, the soul of you mentioned in this moment. It's all intention and a thought. So with a thought and a correct intention, we can reach everything, as you've experienced, I believe. So in this very moment, we as a collective, we have a star formation, 3 here, right now. And as 4 beautiful souls, we set an intention, we have a thought, and we can achieve, we are unlimited. There is no limitation to ourselves, to you, beautiful souls that are shining very brightly there right now. Thank you for being present. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you.
For watching as well. Thank you.
Okay, so we're still live. We're going to be rolling. Just have a general chat. The camera's still on. I'm just going to swap it around, and then we'll. It's an open forum today. It's just going to be, if you come in, we'll see you, and we'll just, interact as things happen. And this is the way the foundation does things. That it's all live, nothing's hidden, and it's very open for people to come in, experience it. And when you come out from your experience, and we get direct connection of what you've actually in the moment experienced, it's going to be groundbreaking for humanity. I hope the significance of what you guys are doing is astounding. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Kesh and to all the knowledge seekers out there watching and who have
Yeah,
been
there's
supporting
many
us
watching.
for so many days and years and months. And a big
Yeah.
thank you to my Canadian pal Rick and Alex over there. You guys know who you are.
Yeah, those guys are amazing. Yeah, they are. They do so much for the foundation, and they do so much for the whole of. It's not just humanity. We're going on beyond. It's all the souls present, and there are countless numbers of souls present here, guiding and part of this, and that deep one connection that we have is the space gap, the energy flow in this moment. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Right, okay. You're still live, but I'm going to...
Small talk.
If there's anything you'd like to say, if you'd like to, because you still have an audience, if you'd like to say something, we'd like to express your, some of what you're actually, you said you've got love all across in this new venture. So
Mhm.
you can explain this a little bit?
Sure. Yeah. So yeah, as we discover our true nature more and we heal, we've all got our trauma, we've all had our difficulties as human beings. For me, the more I heal, the more I discover what's really inside, the more there's just unconditional love. And it's a process. It's a process all of us humans are going through, is discovering ourselves truly. And so over the last couple of years, I had some really big awakenings, and I got my instructions from source. Hey, this is your mission. This is what you're here to do. And for me, my personal mission is to remind all beings that we're one, that we are love. And I do that in any way that I can. So whether it's handing out pamphlets or teaching courses or doing lectures, it doesn't matter. For me, the highest is always actually just being that. So one of the little traditions I have is I wear these shirts. They're really high quality organic. I actually brought, basically, if anyone sees me in a shirt and says, hey, I really like your shirt, I give him a love shirt, right? And I actually brought some here for everybody here. Though technically, I know you guys aren't allowed gifts, but who knows? Maybe they'll fall down somewhere, and if you'll find them later, whatever. But that's just the mission. So basically, my instructions from source was we're going to make an app where all the beings who are connected and are getting their instructions on how to build a new world, where all these beings can find each other and we can help each other launch our projects. So if you've had that realization that this old world is collapsing, this world based on money and greed and power, all this control, that's all collapsing. We can see that, those of us that are paying attention, that world is finished and the new world will be built on love. So for all the beings that have a brilliant idea and they want to find a team, maybe they need people to help them with maybe investments, maybe marketing, maybe team members, we're going to have an app that's being developed and it's coming soon, but you can basically put your project and people can scroll through the app. And if you find a project you really resonate with, you can contact them, you can join their team, whatever. But what's interesting is people can rate the different projects as they go through. And the ones that are rated the highest, they come on a live stream that I do each week. And then we can actually talk to the person, go deep, really get to know them, so the community can get to know this project, and then together as we can get this into the world. So that's basically our project, to help everybody in their awakening process, the discovery of the love that is within, the helping beings with these amazing ideas that are for the future of humanity to launch these projects. So that's Project Love, and it's an honor to be here and working with you guys.
Now we put you in one by one. Ladies first.
Yeah, sure.
Left or right? Left or right?
I thought left as well.
Left. So you're left, right. Correct. So what we do with them, they choose according to what they feel inside, where it will be. The left is a transmutation system, which means they can move from one system to another. The right is what I call a prison camp. That's all. You can't go anywhere. You can't give, but you receive. When you're in the hospital, you're sick, they give you something to extend. So we don't tell you what we're going to do, but the system is set for a new cycle to see how we can change things with you. As we say, we go into the black hole and see what happens. Leave your microphones behind. Go in, please. We'll look after that part. What is that? We might see a Martian coming out. Okay, you chose the left. Front or back? Pardon?
Front.
Front. That's your seat. That's your seat in the back. That's your seat in the front. Can you put this cushion to come up a little bit? Put it on there, please. Go as much as you can to the back, but don't touch the frame. Don't touch anything. No problem. We use it as an aerial to transmute. Okay, we go through a more or less a very silent condition. As I explained, we allow to see how the inner energy comes out. You have to hold it this way. Hold it flat. Hold it. You can hold it. You can grab it. No problem. flat. No, hold them. Yeah. Don't touch. Don't let them touch, but hold them flat. I'll give you a few minutes, and then I'll come and interrupt us. As you can hear, everything is in silence. They go through the process, and is for them to allow to gain a new position for what they're in to do. The whole process is that they come to, without them actually knowing, to understand the strength of their own soul. We don't expect miracles. We don't expect coming out and telling us images. And as I say to all the knowledge seekers, that what you go through when you're in the system is your affair. Our job is to get you to that position. It's like when you get on board of a plane. Today we have 3 passengers on this journey. When you get on board of a plane, you have 50, 100 people, whatever. And in reality, the pilot doesn't care what you drink, where you go, what is your next destination. Is it the first time you've been on a trip? What you want to drink or eat, you have a headache, you're not ready for the travel, but you have to travel because of circumstances, nothing to do with the pilot. And we are in the same position. But this time we set the scene for you to be the pilots. It's you who pilots the soul. It's you who pilots your physicality, and it's you who at the end decides how to go and how to do it. And we take this process a step at a time. And we allow you to get to know you, which you didn't know you. In a way, the energy fields within inside you, within the structure of your body. And then we see how you handle it. Are you there to go through the journey, or are you there like what I call passengers on the plane to dream your way? What's going to be, where you're going to do when you land, you're going to go to sightseeing, or you're going to go and do on this and that. But now, in a way, what you call a dream now becomes a reality. It's real. It's you who, without knowing, somebody has called. If your father, soul or father energy calls you, who is in another part of the world, or he passed away, your soul will respond to it. When you let it loose, it goes to what has called it. And, or you decide where to go. I'm going to take this soul. And this is part of what we call the assessment. This is what we call the development of the soul. For you to get to know, for you to understand the totality. As you heard me, when we go into the flight zone, they choose. And you think they choose, but the soul has chosen. This is the experience they want to go through. This is the experience they want to understand. And this is the experience that will bring them a new opening. Out of the 3, or maybe today, 10 people who go in, on average, we see maybe 2 or 3, maybe 1, will say, I didn't feel anything. There's nothing in it for me because they came here with the expectation to fly, to go to Mars and see the uncle and whatever. But in fact, we want to see the expansion of the soul, the expansion of the captain, the expansion of that aircraft, which is your soul, your body. And as usual, we have to develop a understanding of that we can carry the totality of the man plus what we call the rest and how things will be. We go in, we give them about 5 or 10 minutes, usually takes for them to settle down with the excitement and gradually to be going through. And then we switch the systems on in a way they do not know what we plan, and each test is different. And today's test, because these people are coming back tomorrow, we set it up totally different way. This is the first stage. Just remember each stage, please. You two on the left side have a freedom at any time to wish to be on the other side. Not ready for it yet, but you could try it now. But you can do whatever else you like. But for you on the left side, and there's 2 units, you can decide if you want to travel to the other side, or you decide if you want to give something to your friend on the other side, or you can go on the other side, see if you are there, that you can see yourself back on this side. So remember, this is a phase 1, please. We set the stage that we learned from the experiences of the first months of trial, that once they go through the first 5 to 10 minutes of what I call preparation for interaction, for excitement to die, then they need a guidance. They need to be told, now the flight is ready, you can go. And it's just a time like when you go board a plane. It's literally like an airport here. You come in, you have a waiting room, and after waiting, when you're announced to go on board, you go on board, you put your suitcase, you put your jackets off, and you sit till it is ready to go. And this is what we see now. We have prepared everything. Now it's ready to take. There is a blip going on. It's outside with your system. And so now we see what happens. We split the testing into sections. Something from here was bleeping just in the stages that they remember stage by stage. And we allow for the first time, as I said, to prepare the body and the emotion ready with these 3 people for tomorrow, to see if they previous what we call high what we call preparation will help with the next process next day. So These are the things that we consider. It's not just going in there, it's for us when this opportunity that do we need a day preparation, or as we saw the couples, they had about 2 months gap and they came back and had a beautiful experience. This way, then it tells us, do we need to put a preparation section for, especially when we want to do flight tests, to where to go, what to do. And it'll be very interesting how things change and how things will evaluate. As many of you know, we explained last week, and in American teaching, I explained on Sunday that the lady we had last week, on that one. The lady we had last week who came here on Tuesday and Wednesday, she tasted the water as drinking the water. Then we put it through to elevate the soul of a person in the system. And she, as we explained on Thursday teaching, she felt that person, pain. And then we asked her to elevate the person. And interesting enough is that on a Friday German teaching, which is against all the things we do, and the lady introduces herself, that who she is, and she explains that what she saw as an image is a man from Middle East, Arab origin like, and this was very interesting because she didn't disclose that to us here when she was, as she thought this gentleman could be Bill Gates or somebody else. And what was amazing is the person we chose for elevation is one of the mass murderers, one of the leading figures in one of the Middle Eastern nations, which has committed horrendous amount of crime and is behind a lot of criminality. And yes, he is of the Middle Eastern origin. So she has not seen something different. She has not seen somebody somewhere, but she has actually seen the image which we had for her to elevate. So this shows a huge step for us in two ways. If you remember, when we gave the keys to the governments in 2011, 2012, we did not disclose it to you lot, that the technology was kept. And when the government of Singapore released the key to a key scientist that he contacted us, that he has a copy of the document, then we went public with it. And we followed the same pattern. The lady was not supposed to introduce herself to or disclose what was outside the framework of the Keshe Foundation, recorded for us to be kept in archive. And now that it's gone public, we decided to make it more public by the opening of the platform today. So in a way, we have brought in a new way that you're literally seeing it, you feel it, you're part of it, and many of you can join in it. We have three, what we call people, young partners, and a friend long-term with one of them, as I explained. and we'll see how they come out, how they interact. Part of the video or part of the thing, we go totally silent because I just took you to get the feel of how and where they go and how they are. And one of the reasons people tell us, why don't you take us in? We have seen in the past, when we showed our system, people copied it and cheated other people. Is the same as Keshe Foundation system. These systems will not be seen. Once completed, will be embedded in the enhancement units, and nobody can copy it in a way. And even if you copy it, there is so intriguing system entangled in the whole structure that you cannot copy it. So you have to understand, we do this literally for your protection. We've seen another gentleman coming up with another way of whatever he does, trying to say he's made a new system, it's a copy of the Keshe. No way anyone can copy these systems which are developed and used in this center. And when it's complete in next month or two, then we leave it in public. But still, technology will be kept from where and how it is. I'm going back into the room. I started my phone, microphone, and then I will come back to it.
Yes, Masood, there's no sound because Mr. Keshe is not speaking at the moment. There'll be intervals like this throughout the broadcasts, probably. There will be times when we'll get the indication from Mr. Keshe where we can perhaps have a conversation or a Q&A or something like that back and forth, perhaps. Or watch a short video that that he may suggest. But it might be good just to have moments of silence. Kind of builds the anticipation. Did you notice the fast moving arm on the right hand part of the screen? I think technicians are working in the background. Not for the sound, but for creating whatever conditions they create there.
your blackout. It's a very interesting condition we have here. Is one emotional relationship and one just somebody you know. And we try to see if it can be distinguished, if it can be separated one from the other, and it can be literally be used for a specific application in the system. And this will take time. We usually allow it 5 or 10 minutes, but in a real life, when you are in that environment, it should be instantaneous. It shouldn't be one wish. You can carry one with the other, and you can use one to be able to see if you can distinguish. Usually the one is with emotion and one is without the emotion, and this is important for us. Now let's see what comes up. Rick, would you like to take over for about 5 or 10 minutes if you want to put something on?
Okay, 5 or 10 minutes. That sounds good. Okay, I'll have a video I'll play that's 8 minutes long. It's one of the ones by Ed called The Future of One Planet, One Nation, One Race. Okay, I'll play that now.
No borders. We can't track people anymore. No banking system because we'll meet most of our needs. No restriction on governments to be abusive against their citizens. You don't like to live in this map condition, you move to another within seconds. No persecution, because in putting you in prison to persecute you, you can move your body from the cell. There's a lot of things with it. One planet, one nation, one race. You choose the place and space you want to live, where and what time and where to be. There is no need for visas and all the things we create. We are better, you coming to us. Why the nations have created this visa business and passport business and restriction? Because we're stolen from you for long enough. Now we want to keep it. You can't have it. That's all it is. And the rest has to follow, because if you want to go with the thieves, they asked us to make you something, we give you a passport. Look at the whole visa situation and passport situation in reality in the back. There is no abuse. You'll be in Rome, Paris, in Tehran, or in Africa, or whatever, because they can't abuse you, because you can move on. would there be refugees? And all these things will become in the history book of them. Very soon, very, very soon. The biggest problem will be the officials who think they can lose control. So this gas enhancement units which we put in the market now, you buy it, we try to make it them what they call car conversion of it, put it in the back of your car. Nobody can tell you how much you can drive. You don't have to have a fear if you have the money to drive the car. If you're paying €50 a week for the fuel, which most of the people do to go to work or shop or whatever, that's $2,500 you don't pay anymore. That's half of it taxes to the government, which you don't pay, which you have to cover. But the other half does not go to Saudi Arabia. We see the richest monarch, the most abusing nation of their own nationals. As I said to the people we were in this morning, you signed a contract for hundreds of billions to get the supply, and now you don't need. What are you going to do with that 400 billion? It will come to our governments, these things very soon, that we need to be governed by one word. And sooner or later, we set the scene, we imply and apply the scene, that it goes through the Universal Council. You will see in a matter of handful of years, Universal Council will be one of the leading positions even within the United Nations. In the structure, one nation, one planet, one race is I'm a citizen of the planet Earth. That's all it is. Then which part where you come from? I come from the green part called Europe. I come from the desert part called Africa, the north part of the. I come from the forest side is called Brazil. We don't call ourselves, I'm a Brazilian, Chinese or whatever. They don't know you. They just see a feature of the soul of the man created on planet Earth. As I explained to you, one of the knowledge is when you travel the depths of the universe, the soul of those who come from Earth is very distinct. They know this soul it comes from Earth. It's like you Chinese going into Paris and trying to speak French or English. They're still Chinese. Because we see that feature, soul of the man in space has a feature which is the feature of the strength of the souls from this planet. The good thing with Keshe Foundation is that we are not theoretical, we're delivering, and knowledge, science, technology, politics all comes together. We're proud you're born in this time and place, that you can see this transition. My great-grandmother used to say, I've seen how your great-grandfather used to go with camels from Afghanistan to Palestine and come back once a year. I've seen how we went to the cars and the bus and the planes and whatever it is. In my little eye, I've seen these changes. And with your little eyes and your soul, from now on, you see bigger changes in a very short time than our parents or forefathers seen in centuries. Because you're doing it for yourself, and there's not somebody else to do it that you don't need to learn how to become a pilot or have a car to drive or go to an airport to take a flight. All that now, you're responsible, you're captain of your soul. And you decide, I put my soul into abuse.
All right, here we are back at today's flight simulation blueprint testimonials here on Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. And we'll see if Mr. Kesh is ready to continue presenting or not. Not hearing anything yet, so I assume we might have a few more minutes. Does anyone have anything they'd like to? Oops, I hear a voice. Is that the KFSSI trying to get through? I'm not hearing anything from the microphone.
Hello, Rick. Can you hear me? It's Dean.
Yes, I hear you there, Dean.
Hi,
A
Rick.
bit,
I'm feeling Mr. Kesh has been in with the guys in the flight experience, and I'm sure we'll be back with you shortly. Is there anything else you would like to know, Rick, whilst Mr. Kesh is busy with his guests, with his flight experience people?
yeah, tell us all the secrets about the special room. No, I'm just kidding, but you would probably, no, I'm just kidding. But we did see a glimpse of some interesting purple bluish lights inside of the special room, which is first time I've seen beyond the door. So that was kind of intriguing. But I don't want you to give away any secrets because it might cost you your life or something worse.
Yeah, no, wouldn't do that, Rick. You know that there's no secrets to give away. It's just an experience, and the room is sealed with the door shut at the moment. When that door opened, and you said you saw a glimmer of light, that's interesting. There is some beautiful lights going on, I'm sure. The souls that are present in there are shining very brightly at the moment, and
Are also beautiful lights, yes, indeed.
Rick?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
What I said just last about those bright lights that are shining inside, Rick, those souls that are having their experience in this very moment, directly connected with yourself, Rick, in Canada. So maybe they're coming to visit you. Do you feel their presence?
Well, I think they're more preoccupied with other things right now, but definitely felt their presence when they were speaking. It was like, well, I've known Nikolai for several years, and the other two I haven't heard from before, but they all felt familiar somehow. It's like souls, the one soul connecting kind of vibe to it. So yeah, I think it's very lovely to have not just one but three Canadians all in the unit at once. This will be truly a challenge in many ways, and you think about it, it's almost like completing the circle, where years ago, I don't know if some people may not know this, but all the old timers know it, that when Mr. Kesh had a fly-through flight in Canada, he was taken off the flight and held for 11 days and went through a whole a process with that where they took his samples that he had on his business trip to somewhere down south where he was heading. He happened to have a stopover in Toronto, and they pulled him off the plane, and he had to, go through interrogation and the whole thing. So that was kind of a stain on Canada in a way for treating a nuclear scientist in a very abrupt way. And that's no way to be a host country, that's for sure. So that inspired, in a way, Mr. Kesh to release his information to the public rather than try to patent and control it and so on. He wanted, due to the, partially due at least, to the actions of the Canadian government of basically, hello? Yeah, are you back?
Good. Yeah, we're going in for the end of the first session. Maybe you can hear us.
Yeah, okay.
Would you like to come in the center, please? All of you, yes. Come in the center. Don't forget, you're not in a system, but you're still part of the environment of what we created. How did you feel? Mm-hmm. 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 Uh-huh. What did you feel? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, I had come in. Then,
Mm-hmm. What happened when I gave you the cables? Was there a difference? Yeah.
I felt less thing, like nothing. Nothing came in with the cables. Without.
Wow. Did you feel receiving anything?
Heard it, sense something.
Mm-hmm.
I felt loving care.
Uh-huh. 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 Okay. You are a passenger on the unit which is receiving but cannot give. You're a passenger on the back. You can't do anything. You're just a passenger. Now we listen to the captain. What did you do? How did it feel when you went in?
No, I feel like we both want to give space to. Well, sorry, in the first phase, Sedona heat.
You know you're live, huh? Everybody's listening to you. Yeah.
We can't quite hear the answers. We can only hear you, Mr. Kesh.
So you felt the heat which she sent you.
Phase,
Uh-huh.
phase 2.
Oh. Okay. Camel.
Humorous.
Maybe it was a tunnel you were feeling. Okay. Now I understand what's going on. So choose any seat you like of the 4, and we go through a different process. Yep, leave it to you. You're going to go, oh, you're going back in the same seat again.
And then I went here, I see him sitting, and I went, oh, my friend's still here.
Ah,
You want me to
here's
move?
something. Oh, in the back there, that'll be the best. So we have 2 men on one side and 1 woman on the other side as a passenger. So oh, that doesn't matter. Well, you're more comfortable. Oh, you want to be a bit taller, no problem. There we are. Okay. Stick here for us. It's on the part of this. Can you hold this on your right hand, please? Yeah. Hold it down, no problem. Hold this one on your left hand, please. You don't need those, don't touch those. You're flying without, as we call it, without any control. Just hold it on the left hand, don't touch anything. What I want you to do is try to get to your girlfriend in the back. Yeah? No, you try to get to your girlfriend in the back.
I go.
No, in the back. Listen, we decided the test, not you. I know you want to be different. I'm trying to be much kinder and lovelier and send you to the back where she is. Oh, okay. So try to use the system to move to the back. You have already shown a step forward with the shaking and the vibration in the back. We know what's the reason. It's not coincidental. So what I want to do is try to get to her physically, emotionally, whatever, and see how much we develop. We repeat most of these tests tomorrow to see how much you are more prepared for it. You have every possibility to move across emotionally or with the soul. We have blocked the physical transmutation, is not ready for it. From now on, the tests are much easier because you're already prepared. So we can do quite rapid tests for us. And you have to make a desire to, or wish to receive it. Yeah. As a passenger in the back, I would like you to try to go back home where you came from and see what you can bring with you. Go back to Canada. You have nothing there to take you back as you would decide, and see what you can bring, and then I'll tell you later on. Okay? As you can hear, except literally being inside the system, there is nothing to hold back these people to do what they like and to what extent they like to do. And something which is interesting is to see how they react to the whole situation as the outcome.
I hope everyone is enjoying that moment of silence, moments of silence. How many moments of silence are connected in a minute of silence? There's a good pondering question.
Something interesting for you outsiders. People inside do not know what's going to happen to what I said today. We do a lot of other things. This one. And great. You become part of this now. Choose a world leader.
Well, yes, I am. Putin comes to mind immediately.
Okay. So let's do something. We know what he's done and we know what he's up to. Okay. And I'll take him into the room. They're not aware of what it is. And let's see how they feel, if they feel, and what they reach, step by step. I brought a picture of a world leader into the room, and it's sitting on the front seat. He cannot give anything because it's the system which only receives. I want you, and all knowledge seekers in the background are with us, I want you to do whatever you like with him. You can't kill him. You can elevate him. You can reach him. And in so many ways, how would you change as knowledge seekers worldwide the position with this world leader? I know we have Russians who have certain ways of thinking about him. And I know he has a destiny to be here for what he's doing. Now, in fact, he is your fourth passenger. Deal with him the way you see you want to deal with a world leader, and deal with him in a way as knowledge seekers you want to change what we call your world. And we wait and see how you come out of this position. In a way, now you have what we call everything about him and how you will change him. Or is he doing the right thing for many people in the long term or the short term? So As the knowledge seekers and as people here, I've given you president to elevate. Yep. I have blocked the system that you can physically touch him. There's no way you can physically touch. As a knowledge gets around the world, you have the same opportunity, because if you are on Zoom, you are connected to the image. Rick, if you can put the image of the President Putin on your screen, and then we shall see.
Okay, just a minute. Let me see if I can find one of those.
Can you change your screen, Rick?
Yes, I'm just getting that ready now.
Those of you as knowledge seekers who've been here, who have been through the system, you can connect to the system to reach, because now he's part of the environment of the whole structure. He's the fourth passenger on board. We do a lot. is your wish at the front seat? Can you see me or can you hear me? You have both visions. You're still dealing with Putin. Try to keep that low. What you wish. Only directed to him. But I still want you, while you're doing that, try to get across the room to your partner. You in the back, try to get on the front seat if you can. Tell me how he feels. Pardon? Yeah, get anywhere you like. Get out of this chair somehow without actually moving. I'll give you a helping hand. Can you hold? Yep. As knowledge seekers, it's for you to decide and how you bring the change and how you see to bring the change. This is how, in the future, mankind will decide the future of their destiny as a collective group, be it here on Earth or be it travelers of the space. Don't forget, in essence, in the soul, you're a human, but your physicality could change. And in that physical dimension, you could not have a lips to speak what you want to change, but still within the soul, you can communicate. We heard inside that the lady gave heat, and the gentleman feels the heat on the left side of his body, which is actually holding the receiver, and that's why we receive everything. And it's interesting to see how directly is done. Don't see. See whether you smell, if you can transfer it to your partner. Sitting in the captain's seat, there's a lot of work to be done. So continuously we change positions on it. What is the feedback from you outside?
The feedback?
Yeah, how do you feel?
Well, I've been trying to generate that emotion of love, unconditional love for even our friend Mr. Putin here.
Right.
And I can sort of phase in and out of that. I don't know if it's totally unconditional, but I can generate some sort of emotion. I feel like I'm connected somehow with what's going on there at the same time.
How is the feeling of the knowledge seekers across the world who listen to it? What do you think you have achieved with the picture of Putin?
Sorry, you couldn't hear that last bit, Mr. Kish.
I said, how do the knowledge seekers feel being live online and what they can do, or what is the possibilities they can achieve? Do you see-
Claudia, sorry, go ahead.
Do you see any comments from anyone? Anyone to want
I was just going to say, Claudia in the chat here said, I felt he is a child and I gave so much love and hugs. Marinus says in the chat, I tried to elevate him. I feel he is softer. That kind of describes the feeling I had too, that, you know, I tried to look him right in the eyes and understand where he was coming from. And I felt that he had love. He has a love for his people, for his church, and for a lot of things that he passionately believes in. And so you could say, one could say even Putin has a soul. If even the stone has a soul, he's got kind of that stone cold stare,
But they
almost
fall out, huh?
beady eyes sometimes, but you can penetrate behind that. And there's a being there who has his own destiny that he's following through on. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Kesh. I kind of interrupted there.
No, I'm just listening. The way,
Not
the way we are setting up the system in the next generation, which come into operation in the next few weeks, we can physically or in a dimension of the soul bring him present in the system. Doesn't matter where he is. We have the knowledge and opportunity to bring them in. Now you're trying to reach him out. In the future parts, you can bring them in and literally make them to understand, or let them to understand, let them see to what they need, they might need to experience. Would you like to take it off the screen and we stop this session? Would you like to go to the center, please? This is the seat of presidency. That's how we bring the presidents here. Okay. Tell me how you felt.
Shaking also, hands in particular in the back seat.
But you had nothing, you're just on your own.
It's there.
Mhm.
And
we can't quite hear the responses, Mr. Kesh.
Which part did that come in?
here.
Which section?
Oh, you asked me to put
Thoughts.
thoughts to Putin or go to him on the left side. That's fine.
So you have that left shift already.
Yeah. The right hand is the one shaking, left hand was very much calmer. Much
So you're afraid of giving. I pretend I would like, but I don't know. When it comes, you give your money and then you want to give to somebody, you don't want to let it go. I've seen that movie, The Hoopy. She has to sign the check and give it to a nun on the street. And she had sex. She won't let it go. She likes to give it, but okay. How did you feel? You're the cat.
Yeah, I was going into a really deep state of peace, like deeper and deeper. I didn't want to come out. It actually felt like I was really, really peaceful. Yeah, just sending lots of love to that position and to Putin directly, and hugging him and sending him lots of love.
How did you feel physically?
More and more peaceful as time went by. At first,
What happened when you really wanted to go? Did you try to go to her in the back seat?
yeah. So towards the end, there was for a while I tried to go to the front seat, and I wasn't sure I wanted to be on Putin's lap. Then I decided to go. A little awkward, you know. I mean, I want to help him out, but that's a bit weird. And I thought, okay, I'll try and go in the back. Then I was visualizing myself actually seeing like I'm sitting facing her, and actually I really started to see her face and smile and. Yeah, for a moment I was like, there a shift, but yeah, just being there and again, the intention to move.
You can't move. Yes, the machine is not there for you to move yet. How did you feel?
Yeah, definitely more shaking.
You're still shaking in the back.
Shaking as much in the front. You can see here. It's almost like spasms.
You could feel.
Yeah, it's like tightening and loosening.
It's so strange. That seat has that effect. Anybody sits there with a partner there, they get that feeling. We don't know how or why, but it's a connection. There is nothing there. It's just the environment of the place.
Something happening almost like in my throat. It's like I wanted to say something that couldn't.
Yeah.
I spoke to him a little in Russian too. My background is Russian, so I spoke the language. So it was interesting also a little bit in Russian. Hey, it's okay. You can do it. We'll get
I thought
along.
you were speaking to me in Russian.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
You felt that
I
speaking?
thought he was speaking to me in Russian.
but it was difficult. I'm not good at multitasking, so I'm trying to send him love.
No. Stop. What do you mean? You felt him speaking Russian?
Yeah, I felt his presence and then him talking to me in Russian, and I had this like laughter because I don't speak Russian, so I don't understand. What he's saying.
Yeah, but don't forget he was on your lap.
Yeah.
You will hear him there. So this fits into a lot of things we want to do. I gave you a scent. Did you smell it?
It was very interesting because before you gave him a scent, I was feeling a lot of scents, like almost more perfumes. And then you gave him a scent. There was a quick second of almost a burnt match and then cinnamon, but nothing lasted very long.
What did you feel?
Yeah, it's just a beautiful flower. I couldn't say the name of it, but it's very familiar, and I just visualized what I thought it looked like, and I sent the smell and the flower.
You got a match?
Yeah.
What's important for us is that when he speaks Russian to you, in that room is a Russian because his President Putin is in front of you in a control panel. How did you feel?
Again, yeah, just a little bit of laughter and why are you speaking Russian to me? Because I don't understand you.
Do you usually speak Russian?
No, I mean, not really. No, sometimes here and there, but almost all they're English speaking.
So that's very interesting. We're going to stop today because what it is, this is preset for what I want to do through tomorrow. Not very far from it, but did you get the feeling of motion at the front to move to the side at any point? You had a wire with you. How did it feel before the wire and after the wire?
In this specific
Yeah.
scene, almost felt like I felt more without the wire.
More without the wire. Okay. Because we're trying to get the physicality. And when we put a wire in, we put the physicality in to see if we can interrupt it. And this is what we want to find out. I asked you to go to Canada. Did you go anywhere? Where did you go?
I
Canada, went back to Vancouver, where I'm from,
Uh-huh.
to the ocean,
Mhm.
and then I picked up some ocean, and then I thought it was silly. And then I was skimboarding, which is something I used to do. So I have a board, and you throw it, and you run and jump.
Uh-huh.
And I did that, and then I went to my mom, and I saw her, and I had a very short moment with her, and then I went to my favorite coffee shop where I used to live next to it and got the coffee. And then right before you came in, I had a tear from, I think it was my mother's sadness of not being there. And then you came in and you said, I'm going to bring a world leader. And I thought, am I sad because of that coming? Because I can feel him. And then when I tuned to him,
Mhm.
immediately the first thing was frustration. Felt frustration. And then after that, it was better, calmer, more okay. But in the very beginning, I wasn't sure if that was my mom.
Or
him.
was him. Oh, he needs a lot of help. Thank you very much for today. But you have to understand, it starts from now when you leave, and he hasn't finished in here, because you've learned to extend the soul in especially speaking Chinese, what do you call it, Russian, and you're trying to move to the left. That's what we see all the time. Tomorrow, I'll put you through a totally different structure, but very similar. And then we'll see where we can get you. Thank you very much for coming. Is there anything you want to tell people? This is live going out. Or is too.
Nice meeting Mr.
Thank you very much.
I want to give you a big hug from Jalal.
Can we do a group hug?
I don't touch for security reasons. You see my bodyguard outside. You
Yeah,
touch me.
Actually, you look tougher than him. On a
Cool.
full level, I think.
No, that's his job. He's fully armed. What we want to understand, how would you take this experience to tomorrow? Yeah. How would you expand it when you leave Austria? Because this is just the beginning. And this is the step to the next step of becoming literally the ambassadors of the satellite, and how we can change things collectively. When we put each other, we're just, the rest are like a tree in the wind. We create the motion from here to Canada, whatever. And now whatever is in it, if the wish is love, if it says change, we'll take with this like a hurricane. Yeah, let's see what we can do. Thank you very much for coming today. See you tomorrow the same. Yeah. We're leaving the black hole in a way. If you have any comments or anything you want to speak, the microphones are open. You can join there. Yeah, Dean? Do you want to speak anything, or you want
We
to
need a minute for the light. After.
leave it there? Sorted. What was the problem? What, on the top or?
Esther. Okay. Well, the first thing was just, yeah, I'm sitting there and I'm just shaking, and you're just wondering, like, is this part of the experience? Is the, like, what's happening? Am I just cold? Should I have brought my little sweater from the back? It's going to be really awkward. Mr. Kesh comes in. Hey, can you grab my sweater? Like, so it's awkward, but that went away. And yeah, I never got a chance to receive, actually, which is sad, but I guess tomorrow. But yeah, for me, it was just good exercise to let the mind, of course, the mind is trying to go, oh, what's going to happen? And just letting go and breathing and meditating and just being really present with what's happening. And towards the end, I was really going into a really deep meditation. Actually, I really felt finally, it took that long to really start letting go, to just be. Yeah, for me, I think the interesting part was that I was sending love to Mr. Putin, and I spoke to him a little bit in Russian because I happen to be from a Russian background, and then she she heard me speaking Russian, so I was like, okay, so it's going somewhere. I don't know if it got to him. I hope you don't think now that I'll be thinking, yeah, but it's funny. So yeah, so that was interesting, and yeah, and I'm sad you didn't get the flower smell. I was sure you were going to get that flower smell. It was such a nice smell, but yeah, but it was peaceful and interesting. Yeah.
I had an interesting experience too. I sat in the receiving chair in the front of the system on the right at first. And while she was in the captain's chair across, she sent me the heat from Sedona, Arizona, where I was last. And the whole left side of my head was very warm. And it felt lovely, it felt great. And the body didn't feel cold at all. And then I heard Sasha say, oh yeah, I'm cold, I'm shaking. And I was like, wow, that's not happening for me at all. I'm fine. This is lovely. And then we changed positions into the other system and moved to the back behind him on the other side. And that's when the shaking happened for me too. And it was cold. And my right hand in particular was shaking, and the body was just colder, much colder. Then there was a moment where Kesh asked me to go somewhere, go back to Canada. And so I went back to Canada and went to the ocean for some reason immediately and grabbed a cup of ocean. And then thought, well, this is silly. I don't know what to do with this. And then began skimboarding. So I have a little skimboard. It's a small shaped thing, and you throw it and you run and jump on it. And so that was fun. And then I thought, okay, well, what else can I do while I'm here? And then I went to go see my mom and visited very briefly with her, shared, I don't really remember how much time, but very short. And then went to go get my favorite coffee from a coffee shop on Commercial Drive in Vancouver. And then back to my mom. And then I had a tear in my eyes from her. I wasn't sure if it was her sadness of me not being there or the being there present or whatever it was. That was very brief. And that happened just as Mr. Kesh came in and said, well, I want you to send some energy to the world leader. And at that point, I didn't know who it was. And so I thought, okay, is the tear for the world leader, or is the tear because of my mother? And then sending energy to, or moving my energy field from the one system over to the chair where Mr. Putin was sitting. My head moved to the left, and my right hand was shaking. And Mr. Kesh came in and says, well, you're scared to give. And I said, oh, okay, that's interesting. So the right hand was, the left hand was still on my hand and on my leg, and the right hand was shaking. So that was the experience for me. I didn't get to sit in the sending chair either, but was behind you. So whatever was happening there, I just added my fields to you. And I just said, I'm giving freely from my soul, to your intention, and to the souls of all the beings in the flight room. So that was my intention from that side.
I was in the passenger receiving side while Alex was trying to come over, and I was just experiencing body shakes, more almost like spasms. And that was just before I heard him speak Russian. And yeah, again, a little bit of like coldness, which I didn't really feel when I was in the captain's seat of the sending. So yeah, it was very interesting. I'm excited to see what tomorrow holds.
I was thinking too, because you said you tried to send me a watermelon.
Mhm.
But at one point, I really was blank, and I saw like a piece of toast would look like yellow mustard on it. And I know you're hungry because we're both fasting today, right? So it could be your subconscious. And then I saw a dog, like a really cute
I
dog.
did send you a dog for
You
a
did send me a
second.
dog.
Then I was like, that's too
But I got
obvious.
the dog. I absolutely got the dog. And then later there was also a horse, like a really big, beautiful horse.
Could it
Like,
be the camel? Because I realized I forgot what a camel's face looks like.
you try to send a camel?
I tried to send him a camel
You did? Oh, I got that.
and the touching.
I
yeah.
got a, well,
Mm.
big,
Yeah.
I thought it was a horse, but camel horse, but I got a horse, I got the camel, and I got the dog, and then I got some toast because you're hungry. So I think I was picking out something from you, whether you tried to send it or not. Yeah, interesting.
Very
I don't
interesting.
remember him, Kesh, asking you to send him a camel.
No, I just said.
Oh, yeah,
send-
that's right. You were just supposed to send him whatever you wanted.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I got the big animal.
I'm glad you received the
Sure.
Arizona sun.
Yeah. It turns out I received something else that she was sending to him. I got it. She says she sent him a camel, but I saw a big horse as well. I mean, it's pretty close.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Mr. Kish.
So, hello and good day to you. My name is Joseph Becker and I'm coming from Austria.
Thank you very much for today.
And I'm here today for the flight and I appreciate
Joseph,
the new
yeah,
experience.
he used
and
to be
I'm
here.
happy to be
Yeah.
here.
Super.
And let's see what I will experience and I will tell it after it happens
Tomorrow,
to you
10 o'clock. Tomorrow you can
that
come
you
later.
can take part of my experience. Thank you.
Miteinander. Ich bin auch da, für ein schönes Experiment zu machen, für mal zu erleben, wie es ist, mal unterwegs zu sein. Später.
I think we lost the sound there. I think the microphone might have gotten turned off.
It's on. Rick, can you hear this now?
Yes, I hear you.
You hear me? Can you just can you speak to the microphone nice and loud for us?
What?
I gave him this one to use and he said he picked this one up. I don't know why. Speak on that one.
Mein Name ist Enrico Jentsch und
Yes, that's perfect now. Thank you.
mein Name ist Enrico Jentsch. Ich komme aus Deutschland, aus Radebeul in Sachsen. Und ich bin heute bereit dafür, in die Flugeinheit zu gehen und Seelenerfahrung zu sammeln.
Rick, can you still hear this interview going on?
Yes, we could hear it. Mhm.
They have introduced themselves, Mr. Cachet.
What we call these are tests for us to make our system better. It's not for you to have a journey, it's for us to learn more to make you perfect before we send you up in the satellite and don't come back, or what happened to NASA. So let's test and see what we got. Come in, please. Front or back?
This one can be
Yeah, and this one.
That's your seat. That's your seat in the back there, over there. Where are you? Get two cushions and go there.
It's muted.
There. Put a cushion. You got a cushion there. And there's a cushion for you there. That you have a comfortable seat. Be careful. So we leave them again as before for 10 or 15 minutes. And then we go back and start and see how they feel compared to the other ones. Rick, I'll leave it with you if you want to do anything for the next few minutes till they come out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you very much.
To deep dig into the bag of videos here. Perhaps somebody would like to lead a chat about this, some question or comments. If you're an attendee here in the Zoom, you can put up your virtual hand and I can allow you to open the microphone if you'd like to say something. Otherwise, I'm going to have a look at my video list and see if I can find something to fill in. We have a new product in the Cash Foundation store, but I think I'll allow that for Mr. Cash to present. Did have some questions in the YouTube from Amour Adventure or Amor Adventure. Question is the Kesh space unit basically an ultra advanced space-time modulator for astral projection?
What?
Well, that got your attention. Let me try that again from Amour Adventure or Amor Adventure, depending on how you pronounce it. Is the Kesh space unit basically an ultra advanced space-time modulator for astral projection?
What does that mean?
Well,
We want
that's
to protect
a
people.
good question. Well, astral projection would be astral travel with the astral body, supposedly, which is basically our soul body or one of the soul bodies. And this ultra advanced space-time modulator, well, maybe it is in a way. It alters space and time and brings people into the present and into you talk about going to space, Mr. Kesh, for example, and it does alter the conditions for space and time. But I don't think it's.
But they have no space and time here. Oh, there is no time because it's real, it's instant. And the space, if you think of it as a space of the soul, how it wants to interact.
Right. That's why it's ultra advanced beyond the space-time modulator. That was the previous model, perhaps, was the space-time modulator. Yeah, they would have to. How would you describe the? Well, I'm not sure what they even mean by the cache space unit to start with, but how would you describe the flight unit?
It's not a flight unit, it's a condition unit. It's what we call, it's the I call it going to places and seeing the place, and doesn't matter where it is, a soul, a place, sea, whatever. And it'll be interesting to see how in the future we call it. I call it a transmutation because it's instantaneous, as you don't book a flight and go to see your mom in a dream. It's a decision of the soul. And if mom that night wants to have access with you, what's the reason that we don't have a dream about somebody for years and years and suddenly they come to us? And this is part of understanding the new cycle of knowledge about man's creation. And this is the beauty about it. Any other question? As you see on your monitors, on your Zoom, you see a picture of the video of live of the upper section of the exhibition center. And you can see, as usual, there's a flow of knowledge seekers coming in every week to go to understand. And you see Mario takes his time to explain. And there's a difference in front of the entrance of the Keshe Foundation as of today, as we have withdrawn the flag of Iran from the Keshe Foundation establishment on response to many, many things which are going on. And we stay with the two flags of the Austrian and the Keshe Foundation together, as we see the way the Keshe Foundation has set this up. As you remember, some 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, I said we stopped all connections with the Iranian side, and now we show we really mean what we say. Any other question?
Well, we have a couple of questions in the Q&A and a couple of comments in the YouTube. And that's a question in YouTube. You see here, Stefania mentions, for me, it was very powerful, the session with Putin. I can start to understand the power we have when we work together at the soul level. And Fried mentions, so we can elevate the Iranian leadership then? As a question.
You got to remember, we we stand with the Iranian nation, but we had to take a position 3 or 4 weeks ago, more, and we announced it, and we stand with the Iranian nation as a whole. But the leaders need celebrating a lot, and very strange or whatever. Today, we see it for the first time. They are prepared to be made concessions to still to hang on to power. And elevating them, we saw last week. And this is part of the whole process that when we go through these phases of human races, changes in what we call leadership. I think most of the world leaders need the support today. Doesn't matter where they are and who they are. Any other question?
Okay, in the Q&A, Antonio has a question to Mr. Kesh. Is it possible to be in two places at the same time physically and have your soul in both places?
It's a possibility, but you got to know what you're doing. In a way, you share the soul and the soul of physicality. And in reality, it happens when you go through a transmutation. All of the body is not in one go. The transition time will have part of the soul and physicality in one machine and part of soul and physicality in the other. So it actually happens when you go through the process, even for a fraction of the second.
Okay, Alfred in the Q&A has a question. How much can you extend your souls? How would you include the 4 key figures that Mr. Kesh spoke recently of? That was before we introduced Putin. And so I guess the 4 figures he's referring to, there's a picture circulating around with Putin, the Pope, the Queen of Italy, whatever her name is, and the new king.
You had the taste of the first one. And we'll see what we do with them in the coming time. It's not just one thing to be done once I'm gone. This needs to be done on a basis of understanding the totality by the knowledge signal and the catch. And then we'll see the change. As I said, we've seen the change yesterday and today in what was done last week by the knowledge seeker here in the machine. You got to understand, when you reach a member of a organization, it's like when you speak to the chairman or the secretary, they talk to each other, that they had such a discussion with you. So it's the same when we reach one of the leaders. That elevates and that interacts with the soul of the others, which they support them to govern. So when you elevate, everybody else with it, which is within that structure, elevates too. It's a collective effort. It's a collective connection. And we saw that last week. And if you are up to news and what's going on, we see the changes coming in from yesterday. Literally within 40 hours, 72 hours, we see the changes within the structure. And this is the job of knowledge seekers. Keep on elevating these world leaders, because that's the only way we can do. You got to remember something. Humanity has always looked for somebody to lead them. And Russians have done a lot of tests on these. They made their football team without a manager. They made the football teams without a captain, and they say how they behave on the ground. And everybody like a loose bullet. going everywhere because there was nobody to answer, nobody to guide. And when they made one cap, everybody, if it was a hated one, the thing got worse. If it was the one everybody agreed or most agree with it, they got the best results. So human race always has looked for a leadership, but we don't say that there shouldn't be any leaders, but the leaders should be equal and just. That's the difference. We're to be part of the society, not the elite of society. And this has raised a lot of problems for cash management in the past 2 or 3 weeks. We explain to you very shortly in the next few weeks that us taking the steps has created huge, huge wins against the cash managers. I just warned you before. And it's in a very, very fundamental way. They want to eliminate the cash foundation from all of the internet and everything else. But we'll see how we handle it. If it comes to it, we can't do it. It'll come to you. It's your job to carry the candle. I'll leave it with you, Rick, for a few minutes. We got to attend other things in the background and just be back with you in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh. It's great seeing these different camera angles of the inside of the facility. It's quite a beautiful structure, actually. And if you look at the details, how they have it laid out, the plants,
We begin.
the mannequin. Hello?
On this seat of this side, try to reach the other side. That's the only thing you want to do. Front seat for the so you decide how you get onto that seat and how you feel. You have to decide to get on the back seat or 2 seats over there. Don't worry with that, gentlemen, but your job is to get across there. Okay? Yes, you're here. We're not here to move you physically. You can move there physically if you want to, but I don't think you should be able to do much. So you try to do emotionally and physically move to that back seat, both of you, if you can, please. No, sit down. Okay, Rick. We entered the first phase of testing, so I'm mute. You can take over.
Okay, well, we can continue kind of looking at the screen if they're going to show some things there, which is nice to see the layout and the units. As Mr. Kesh pointed out earlier, one of them is the body enhancement, your universal enhancement unit, and the other is the materials enhancement unit. I was wondering what that unit was. I believe it's a spraying unit. Probably the spray against water. Oh, we can zero in. It says GAN's plasma spring unit. Hmm. Of course, she stands right in front of it. And we see the absence of the Iranian flag, the notable absence. Well, perhaps once again it will fly. So as I was saying, it's just such a nice layout. The plants are all nicely positioned, and we see the products that are on the shelf units here, which are everything's quite artistic and very professional. These new cameras are great. You can pretty much zero in, especially when there's good light. You can get real detail. What are those silver balls that we see? And you zero in. Is it Dean that's on? Oops. I'm trying to point something out. Someone wants to upstage me. Yeah, those silver balls beside the glass of water now. And there's some more on the, if you go to the right and below a little bit, there's also a batch of silver balls. And I noticed one in that bottle as well. So it's great that the tour guests get to have a description of the products and of the plasma and processes and so on. See a video running in the background and hands-on displays. It's what we need to have in every community, when you think about it. Win Tang in YouTube asks, is the visit of the center available anytime, or do we need to book to visit? Yes, you need to, you can't just show up, you need to book your visit, basically, yes. Dr. Wake Walker in YouTube had asked, is the Kesh pod like a med bed? The answer is no, it's not a med bed. In the way that we think of the military med beds, especially, or other things that are available commercially. It's the Kesh pod, as you call it, or the Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, has special plasma-based technology from the Keshe Foundation that Mr. Keshe has specified, and it produces different conditions than what they use in a med bed. And it doesn't do things like have arms that do surgery and that kind of thing. Like some med beds do, where they strap you down and there's a mechanical arm that does surgery.
Hi, Rick, it's Dean here. I just quickly jump in and say that the med bed is like a med bed for the soul, so which is unlimited, and it's not for the physicality. And so a med bed, so caressing the soul and bringing about what people are experiencing in this moment in the flight experience, where they are they're traveling and going to various different positions and enjoying being close with their soul and being in a dimension that is beyond the physicality, which gives them the ability to be completely unlimited. So it's much more than a med bed. Med bed is a physical thing. As I've just said, the med bed for the soul, which is the flight experience, is another dimension, is a field strength that is back to the whole of creation. And being an unlimited soul, it's up to us where we decide to, as Mr. Keshe said, and it's been said many times, you're the captain of your flight, so you decide where you would like to go and what you would like to experience. And the choice in the moment is for you, for the captain of the flight, what is it that you need to experience or you would like to experience that will bring about a beauty for yourself? And many people, as we've just heard, are contacting now world leaders. So on a soul level, they're now directly contacting world leaders and giving them unconditional love to bring about a peace and a balance, not only within the knowledge seeker, the soul that's present, but reaching across to the other soul that's in another position, none higher, none lower. And so it's a full, incredible beauty and a new technology. It's a new and existing technology that mankind is being brought back to, coming into a position to enhance and understand the beauty of their own soul, which is, as I said earlier, totally unlimited and beyond med beds, way beyond a med bed. Because once we connect with a soul, as I'm sure many of the knowledge seekers are in this moment, who are listening right now, countless knowledge seekers with much knowledge and much abilities and incredible soul intuition, soul connection that are present. And I know that if we all stop and create this space gap, this moment, that we can all connect in this moment again and connect with that world leader, send the love, unconditional love in this moment, and be the magnet that then shifts all the other magnets, be the field strength that brings about this wonderful condition of peace that everybody has in this moment, because that is just an intention set. And when we set that intention, even with the guys that are in the flight experience right now, so I'm stood outside, and every now and again I connect my soul, my thoughts, my intentions with the group of people, the souls that are present within, and give from my soul, give to the world leader's soul, and then we can expand that on to all the world leaders and all the religious leaders and all people that participate in their story in this moment. So yeah, it's well beyond a medbed, Rick. That's one thing I would say. For me, it's a medbed of the soul. Thanks, Rick.
Yeah, medbed is came from the military term originally, so it's a totally different intention with the medbed, where it was to repair those who were wounded in battle and fix battle injuries so they could put them back out into battle as quickly as possible. Whereas the cash units are not designed for such applications specifically. It might actually work, I suppose, but I don't know if it would ever get used for such uses, considering you would have to sign the peace treaty in order to use the unit to start with. So it's kind of a contradiction in terms. Yes, here we have the horizontal enhancement unit and its control panel, and the vertical enhancement unit. See all the knobs on the control panel as well here for controlling the, and that's what another vertical enhancement unit on that black unit. Can you focus on the sign to the right there a little bit? Oh, I think I hear Mr. Kesh coming back. And up just a tad. Yeah, I just wanted to read it. I wanted to read the sign. It says, the place where everyone has the right to learn equally, place for finite answers on hardest questions. Can you scroll, I think? The place without peer review, the place where everyone can be a scientist, the place where science meets the soul of the man. Nice. That's KFSSI education. One of the many arms of the Kesh Foundation.
We're trying to send you, and you try to see if you receive it, please. Yeah, it's coming from the captain in the front seat. The same is with you. You have a physical connection to the system. Okay. Try to give them what you have in your hand. Yep. If you can feel it, if you can taste it, whatever it is. I brought in this room a picture which has a lot of meaning. And I'll put it in the hand of the captain. We change one thing to another. Please. Is for you to raise the soul of this person. Nobody knows except you. You can hold it. And who is? You're the captain. It's for all your knowledge seekers around the world to try to feel how to elevate the soul of this person. And then we'll see how your knowledge seekers are connected and how you can connect. These are the tests for the future programs of the Keshe Foundation. It's just something to do. There's only one person in this structure which knows and is holding the what I call connection to the soul of the person. He sits in the captain's seat and he is fully aware of what needs to be done. Very much. Would you like all to come in the middle, please? Center. Would you like to come here in the center? Please? How do you feel? Oops. How do you feel? So that's good. What happened? How you feel?
We can't hear anybody,
Did you try
Mr.
to get
Kish.
to the side? Try to get to the side. What happened? Getting pulled to the left. That's, yeah, that's, we know that. Uh-huh. Did you feel like you're getting pulled or just the pressure? Just pressure.
Mind you can make a picture and take the
Yeah.
machine side.
Mhm.
Not this, no,
No.
it-
It's the actual feeling. We asked you to elevate somebody. Did you manage to do? Do you know who could be?
I think a word leader, maybe.
Yeah.
It was, I had a feeling at the heart.
Mhm.
It was sadness
Mhm.
in a kind.
Yeah.
Then it went to my thinking 2 times. My thinking started, and it was like one thought was you can do everything you like, what you want to do, and I said world peace. And I think it was part of elevation,
I know.
but I couldn't feel the two.
You
light.
cannot, that machine is blocked. You cannot do it. You're a prisoner in there. Everything comes to you, but you can't give anything out.
No,
Thank you. How do you,
Das ist gesagt. Was du jetzt gesagt hast, alles.
did you receive anything?
Yes.
What did you
somehow
receive?
It was feeling. It was nothing. No picture.
No, I mean, did you taste anything? Did you feel anything? Did you feel or taste anything?
I feel the emotion.
No, I mean, physically, did you receive anything? Did you feel anything? Because we put a cup of water to see if you can taste it or you can feel it. Yeah. Now, how did you feel?
No.
Yeah. You want to tell people who you elevated?
Setz mal elevated.
Erheben. Elevating,
The
erheben.
picture you had,
Yeah.
do you want to
picture.
say who it is?
Das ist der Papst gewesen. Der
Ist der-
Papst, den ich habe probiert.
Yeah, what's it translate?
And I feel a little pressure here side.
When you,
When I begin with the picture.
the picture, did you feel anything when we asked you to elevate? Pressure?
Trauer, it's when somebody dies, you feel Trauer.
Sad.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was elevated through a feeling.
Okay. Would you like to say who you elevated? People are waiting to know who you.
Wow.
Yeah. Would you like to say who you elevate? You've been working on the picture. You got to tell people. Oh, Francis. That's what the whole purpose is to elevate without knowledge, not knowing and targeting. That's what we wanted to understand. How?
Zu erheben, ohne es zu wissen.
You're the only one who knew who he is as a cat. You two didn't. And this is the whole purpose. When you do elevate unconditionally, the first picture we told you was Putin. This picture is a picture of Pope Vatican. And this is what counts, to learn to be detached, to serve.
Putin, I sensed. I had in mind. I don't know what first picture it was. I thought I just got it wrong because I thought all the time it was the Pope. But I had something.
Yeah.
But it's
anyway. Not choose under the seat and go back in. Then we do other tests. Just pick up any chairs you want to sit. Oh, you can't go that way. You cannot go that way. Why do you always have things the other way around? It's okay. Give it to me. Give it to me. Okay. No, it's okay. Okay. Done? Sit in, please. Now, when you sit in, can you hold on to that? Oh, we have two passengers. None of you want to be a captain. That's good. Okay. What I want you to do is you think where do you want to take these people? Now they sat this way. Yeah? Take them anywhere you like. And let's see if they feel. I said the system that you cannot take off, but you can actually get the feeling of going somewhere if you set it up. You get the feeling, you get the emotion, but you cannot physically do it or feel doing it. You can do it. Give it about 5 minutes. As you, most of your knowledge seekers have heard, you've been busy elevating one of the world religious leaders. And what you put in what condition and the way you've done it all depends on you, how you decided to do it. But now, as I said, in today's cycle, we do not dictate. We just do as, and we'll see how much we are detached from it and how much we are attached to it. Any feeling, any from knowledge seekers that, did you guess we are elevating?
I got the Pope bang on.
Can you repeat, please?
I chose the Pope. I knew that it was the Pope, Francis. And for some strange reason, it was because of the red insignia on his vestments. I saw this red insignia and it just flashed. Who has this red insignia? I checked out some pictures and it was Francis. So, oh, that's it.
So you guess it could be him.
Yeah.
Who else? What is the feeling? How do you feel? In being able to, what I call, elevate the soul of a man who's supposed to elevate 1 billion Christians. Beck?
Well, I guess we're all equal before God. He would even say that. And some of us fall down from time to time or have a position that's hard to change, perhaps.
Mhm.
And in a way, we have an opportunity to have compassion for those in such a position as Pope Francis, for example, or any of these world leaders. They don't have anywhere near the freedom that most of us have. They're confined in their roles and positions, and even if they had an independent thought, they probably couldn't voice it because they would have all their attorneys and consultants and oracles responding to it one way or another, and a whole host of protection around them and whatnot. So it's in a way, we can have compassion. We can show unconditional love for these people in spite of their supposed high position and ranking in the world in a way. But everyone is an individual when it comes down to it, but we're all connected by the soul at the same time. So they can't get away from it, and neither can we. It's kind of a mutual connection.
How does it feel that such people need such elevation?
Well, it's an idea that I've had for a while, and to feel that is humbling in a way, because we're all in that position, and we could all use some help, but at the same time we can all help. So it's a mutual reciprocal kind of thing going on. But to realize that I can feel like I have that power to give from my soul to these other beings, to these situations, is well, it feels empowering. At least it feels like there's something that can be done in a from somewhere deep, and it doesn't require any physical anything. It just requires attention and focus and giving from your soul, which I think everyone knows how to give from their soul. They just have to, some people might think, oh, the soul is a religious term and so on and so forth. But when you said that first, Mr. Kesh, that hit me really deep, even beyond my connotations about soul and all the things that means. It goes in deep. You give from your soul. That's it. It's very simple. Doesn't have to have anything else added to it or said about it. And we all have the capability of doing that.
What's the response on your panel? Did anybody else guess it was a Pope?
Alfred, yes, we had, I think we had several people. Danilo and says me too. Cristiano, yes. Alfred says me too. It mentions he is connected by way of the Creator as we are. Jacko mentions in soul, it's the Creator connection, and physicality, it's the dome of peace we can all connect to. San said got it too. Quantum Akashic Soul said, ask the question again, please. That's ironic. Um, and I think that's about it. Did have a question, Mr. Cash, in YouTube, if you're still hearing me. What will be the next stage after the complete flight tests? How will the world benefit from this experience?
We'll watch it. We monitor it over years, over months, over weeks. The fact is that we've seen the change, what happened with one person last week, this week. So we take it further next week. We'll watch, monitor, and the changes. And the only thing you're going to learn is that it's not coincidental. How come it didn't happen up to now? And if we learn that it's not coincidental, then we learn it's us who created that coincidence as a totality, as all of us. This is the biggest problem in getting confidence to understand the work of the soul. That is not coincident. And it is a way that we have to learn that we live in both dimensions. And this is part of the change, understanding we have a multifaceted life of physical and what they used to call a spiritual, but it's not a spirit. Spirit is the soul of physicality, but it's the soul of the mind. We have two. You got to understand and go back on what we've done over years. Go back. This is not something new which we just come up with it, but it was the basis for you to come to from the beginning of the teaching. If you go back to very, very original teachings, I always said that the physicality of the man is like a leech over the soul of the man. And he has attached himself to it and literally suck on it. And now you understand. The soul of the man is in the center of the body of the man. So we have learned, we have taught, we have encouraged, we have fed the dimension of the leeching and denying the other one. It's very much like abuse. The abuser says to the abused, it's your fault that I'm abusing you. Doesn't matter what you abuse. So in a way, our physicality has learned to tell our soul, it's your response, it's your problem that I'm controlling you. Now we learn there is no control, that both of them can exist. The soul of the physicality, and the soul of the man himself. And this is the breakthrough. And now you understand it's like having different talents. Now, this is another talent, there's another strength in the, what they call it, knowledge of the man. But fortunately, this released prisoner is actually the controller and what they are. Then we understand in totality that we are part of, we are us. Now, when I say the beautiful people, now we are all beautiful people because now we have a soul and a physicality. And now we see one operating in one dimension and the other one watching the other operation. So we are all beautiful people because now we realize it's us who has the two dimensions. And this is the new cycle for us to learn to take us into the next step. And these systems which are here, just a way to show you this is how it is. A lot of you expect to fly to moon, a lot of you expect to go physically from that. We just try because man likes entertainment. Christ rose the dead. Now we move the dead in a way from one chair to another, because once you move the soul, it's a physicality, as we saw last week. So it is for us to learn about us. This system, these trials, is not about if you can transmit from one chair to another, if you can go from here to New York or give a box to other. Is to learn, train, understand, and develop the freedom of the soul, which we have learned about, what we capture, what we leech on. I'm going to go in to change and then come back out with it. So this is the first time you look at it. Is to try to receive something from that chair and try to receive something from the chair behind you. Okay? If you want, it's like you call home and say, Mom, can I have a, what do you call it, a sausage, whatever. Mom sends it by goods. Now you can see if you can. Yes. You can't, you're going to be here for another half an hour. It's okay. You can go, but don't talk to anyone and come back in. Yep, no problem. Okay. Thank you very much for breaking our system. It's okay. So try to receive something. Yep. Can you try to send something to him across? Yeah, good. But don't tell him what. You got 2 minutes. You should do this instantaneously, gradually. You send and you receive. He sends and he receives. But remember what you've done. Hold, don't let those go. You got to hold into these as well. Yeah. That hand. No, it's okay. Keep it here. No. Hold it here. If you can. Okay, and that one there. Tell him what you're sending him and see if he feels it. Tell him. You can speak. You can tell him what you're sending him. Carry on. Translate you from German to English, a glass of water. Yeah. No. We don't want a white light. I want you to send what I gave you. I gave you a glass of water. I want you to send him to tell him what you sent. Joseph, can you translate? tell him, I give him a glass of water. I want him to tell him that he sent the glass of water. We want to know if he receives it or if you receive it.
Again, you give,
He's got a glass of water in his hand.
and you want that he
I want
sends the feeling to the
outside and to you in the back.
Du hast ein Glas Wasser bekommen und du sollst der anderen Unit und mir das Gefühl des Wassers geben.
Okay.
Also, ja,
So
the feeling of the water.
yeah, the feel or taste or whatever. And I want to know any of you feel it, taste it. This is important for us. This is another part of the experiment.
Es ist wichtig, ob wir etwas
Taste. No? See. Everything with the other hand. Yeah.
Okay, we're just waiting here for,
Give something from the back.
oops. Hi, Mr. Kish.
Think of something. And you have nothing, you're just a passenger. Can you give something to the pilot? Think of. Would you like to come in the center? Whenever you're ready to go in the middle. Tell me about your experience. First of all, you came here for a flight simulation. You didn't come for this. So, explain to me what happened to you.
This was a process because I was running
Yeah.
some time, and then I had the left arm. I had like the hairs are going up, but just the feeling, not the hairs went on. It was in this unit R5, and I was feeling on the left side differently than on the right. The right was most probably balanced. The left side had some
Problem.
like this feeling that the hairs
Did you
are
get a
going up.
feeling of moving to the side, or was it just a feeling?
Just a feeling.
Just a feeling.
No moving, no pressure.
Did you receive any water? Did you
I
get?
think yes.
How?
But
And
there
don't
was-
think. How did you feel? That's what it counts for us.
Most likely field strength. It could be anything. It was the wire also in my hand, and I felt many things. It was not only the water. It was there was a energy level that could give me much more than just the water. I concentrated on the water, then I could.
Yeah.
But
The
it's
reason I
me.
gave you the water, the reason I gave you the wire was because the water had a wire connected in it.
Oh,
You understand?
no, yeah.
So he had a cup of water. With him was emotional. With you was a direct connection. You were connected into the water. So we want to understand. That's why we give you these grips in there. How you connect with the system, when you connect physically.
Okay. Oh,
Huh?
Okay, I'm just, das Glas Wasser war verbunden mit mir über diesen nanobegrubten Draht. Ich habe mehr oder minder, die linke Seite hat sich anders angefühlt als die rechte. Bei der linken habe ich ein bisschen was gespürt, aber kein Druck und keinen Zug. Und über das Wasser war meine linke Hand mit, über das Nano war meine linke Hand mit dem Wasser verbunden. Und ich habe da irgendwie viel mehr gespürt, nicht nur das Wasser. If I'm thinking on water, then I can generate the taste myself. So I have a little problem with it. Also, I wanted to send him, the first thing that came into my mind, toasted bread with butter on it. And
Did you receive any toasted bread with butter?
hast du hast du einen Toast mit, einen getoasteten Toast mit Butter gesendet bekommen? Hast du irgendeinen Geschmack gehabt in der Vorstellung?
Yeah, so okay. Did you receive the water?
The water I have 2 seconds, a little bit cold to here, inside.
Like water, cold water.
Yeah, like water. What do you mean?
Whatever, you felt the liquid type going down.
Not fish, only a little bit.
The
When I
feeling.
drink water, he can.
Right. Ah, so you had that wish, that feeling.
Yeah, 2 seconds. A little bit here. Cripple.
Tinkling.
Tickling.
What did you send him?
He sent him a picture from the Lake the Thun.
Do you know each other?
Oh,
You don't know him. Do you know what did you receive?
I have sent them. I have sent for you and for you. Was denn das Wasser? Habe ich euch gesendet?
What translate?
He has sent rejuvenating water, and he made this. I think he wanted
To wash you.
Yes, maybe.
So, how do you feel?
Wie fühlst du? Jetzt.
No, in the system, totally. Yeah.
He felt to give energy.
Okay. What about you? He has a lot of connection with this room. He's done most of the job here.
Yes, and I had a very bad situation too. It came into my mind, the situation that was before. I just told myself it may be resolved because I have learned it, I think, and I have some other situations on the way. What I felt at the end, I had the feeling to sit in a spaceship with him as a captain. Yes, I see this here, but there was the feeling of it. And then I concentrated on him, but I could not feel any place where we have landed or gone because I was waiting to receive something. And I received from many sides much energy. It's not, I cannot determine which side. Yes, the energy flow through the whole body.
How you feel?
I feel very good. Here, I feel better to here.
You were better as a captain than a passenger.
I think so.
Why do you feel? Why? What's the reason?
Resultat ist. Was das Resultat ist.
Was war der Grund?
Der Grund.
Der Grund.
I don't know. To this side here, I make a little bit here, a little bit Schmerz.
I had a little bit pain because of this
here
sitting.
Sit, and I don't know. It's a little bit cool. I don't know. It's a little bit another atmospheric.
Does set different. Yeah. Well, how do you feel in there? How do you feel generally?
Generally, very good. Very good. I make a little flight with, I think, with the unit. I don't know to the very good wood, and I see very much picture the moon little bit. The moon little bit. I see the flash. And, here it's very good.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. We just saw what you tell us, we pick up bits because I set the system different way to see how you react, and it's important. And part of the system, when you say you don't feel anything, is because we switch the system off. It's what do you call it? That you don't think you're doing something. It's like a placebo tablet just because you're in. So we switch off to see that you don't do anything, and part we switch it on, then I get a feeling what it is. You tell us a story, but we know what we are doing and what I look for, and ask questions specifically to that point.
Can you perception?
Yeah.
The translating part. It's the was that some parts were
German, Dutch.
manche Teile waren abgeschalten, so dass wir nicht einmal tun konnten. Aber da wurde der Placebo-Effekt untersucht, weil es abgeschaltet ist und trotzdem dunkel. Und Mr. Keshe weiß genau, welche Systeme ein- und ausgeschalten worden sind. Und wir erzählen Geschichten, aber Mr. Keshe nimmt sich genau das raus, was eben für gebraucht. Also die Erkenntnis an sich haben.
The part for the water, your was connected, his was physical.
Wasser, das war physisch mit mir verbunden.
But with your was a emotion. So you received the emotion and he had a physical touch with it. And that's what's important to us, to see how we separate the physical from the emotion when we set our system up. And the other parts we disconnect. I wasn't expecting them to receive anything because as a captain, I switched everything up in certain ways. You could not give even if you tried. Because you cannot force as a captain your wish on the others. It has to be as if they want to come. And we can do that in the system. Translate.
Dann,
Give you about a few minutes to talk with each other and come out here. No problem. Actually, bring me 4. The test today is these people don't know each other, maybe as friends, as you've seen, and this is what we're trying to do. We are strangers when we get on the board of a plane. We don't know each other, and we have to see how our emotion affects each other, plus how we can give something, how we can take something. You don't know anybody on a plane and they just give you a glass of water. Would you receive it or you don't want to receive it? And this is the process which we go through. And this is the way the structure has to be. Collective, dimensioned, and we try to understand more and more with our systems. Can one force his or her condition or thoughts in the physical dimension through the soul to contact the others and influence them, and to confirm and confer with them? And this is part of the test, part of the trial we do now. This is the purpose of what we do this week, is to see how much control we give to our captain and how we can disconnect him. Because most of you, or most of the future people, did give their soul as a trust to the captain to take, to carry, where within is their physicality. Ta-da. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Right, as usual, your things on. Just wait. I have to get Dean for you to take an interview with you there. 1 second. Dean, they're out. If you want to record that there, please put them there.
The last guy is not here yet.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Just stay on now, then you don't need to come back because then we can finish there. Dean is coming out. The group we just been in, they're just gonna have a smoke and then we get them live. Yes, I'm live in there. I know. And then we hear how they felt. This is very important when we put the strangers together, the first couple of friends. These people don't know each other, just people volunteers, just with the way you get on a plane, you don't know who's you're sitting next to you. So we want to see how their souls interact, how they interact with each other in different direction. And we'll see what we get. It's very strange.
Meant to be.
Yeah. Well,
Souls at any time, place, and position are meant to be.
yeah, but we got to see how they are. We saw that
See how
this
they
morning,
interact.
the behavior of the three knowing creates a different soul emotion.
Okay.
These are the strangers. And that creates a different field. The soul of the man is not just one soul, it has a protective layer too. Yeah. So they don't know each other. They protect the soul. It's like, we wear clothes or something. We have different field strength. So that field strength is to recognize the other souls are danger or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is what the whole test today is. Huh?
Yeah.
These are strangers.
Yeah.
They're forced to be in, but the others were lovers and friends.
Yeah,
they
want
know
to
each other
they
to
want
be
each other.
there. So it's that's what I wanted to know.
It's like to speak German.
Yeah, but they don't know each other. Just maybe know each other by voice or whatever. But they have no connection.
And they only want to write this experience. They don't.
Yeah.
want- So
No.
Joseph-
All three of them will go on
Okay.
record. But what I'm trying to tell you is that's what the whole thing is today.
Okay.
We want to know how when you put the strangers on,
Yep.
what their protective shields of the soul works. Is it going to eat me? Can I trust him? Can I accept water from him? That's the purpose of today. But they don't know what I would have done to them. This is what we want to know. When you put a bunch of strangers in, how they're going to behave. Yeah.
So again, good day to you. I achieved the, it was not a flight, it was much more a test. Mr. Cash was testing with these units and with us. And I should start at the full beginning, because it started that I had no money and I could not go here. And a knowledge seeker friend made such a game that the community was paying for it, and I was one of the winners, that I could be here. And as I received the message that I am invited here, I had no big feelings. It was much more the feeling, oh, what comes now? Because I was not expecting that I'm the winner. I let it open, and I had no expectations, and I had no just one wish. My only one wish was to add to the knowledge, and this happened very good, I think. It was a test with us free, and there are units in there, and they have some adjustments that can be made. And it was about sending and receiving. It was also about elevating people from outside. And it's, if you enter the unit, I had it's like love. It's like you go into the unit, and it started very, very low at the beginning and went just slowly higher and higher. It was a kind of balancing. I felt it in the head region. It was like my soul is like all the energies that my soul needs are provided. It was this feeling of love, and it extended to my whole body. Yes, Dean?
There seems to be a lot of love being given today. Everything's about this loving energy and this unconditional feeling of love.
Yes.
So was that a joyous feeling for you? What was love for you, Joseph?
It's some kind of a connection to something, and it has to do with elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Because in love and with both giving, you elevate automatically. You will experience it, or you have experienced it, when you find a new lover, a partner. It's not that physical, like you find a new partner. It's much more on feeling level. So it's this energy balances, has balanced me, and with the balance, it's like an opening up happened. I could much better sense all the people in the surroundings, but I went off because I wanted to concentrate on the task itself.
Okay.
But it was also possible to sense the other peoples in the room. But as I was in the unit, it was different, because I could not directly sense the people. I knew they were there, but this was part of the experiment from Mr. Cash. It was not a normal flight. It was testing much more in the direction of development.
Okay, Joseph, so excuse me, did you know these people before you went into the unit?
No.
No.
I just had 5 or maybe 15 minutes to talk to them.
Yep.
And then we went into the unit.
Okay, so we've had lots of people that have come in before. We've had lots of people that know each other, that go in groups, and they are the partners, or they're relatives, and they all know each other. Mm-hmm. So you've just gone in there with 2 strangers in physicality. Yes. I'm sure the souls know each other. However, you went in there with no knowledge of these in physicality, and you've just experienced Did you receive them? Did it feel like that, what you spoke about, the love? Did you just feel it?
We have tested many positions because there are many positions in this room and many possibilities. And in some of the positions, I could directly feel the others.
Mhm.
When it was turned through the signal, let's call it that way. And it was like feeling the other one like never before.
Mhm.
But I was not asking some certain things. What I usually do if I meet somebody, then sometimes I ask myself things and I receive answers too. That's everybody is doing that.
Yeah, of course.
I think
continuously.
But in the unit, it was my thinking started sometimes, but I just turned it off.
Mhm.
Because anytime I started to think, I lost this feeling. So it was just a few times. And it was also, the seats were not that comfortable.
Mhm.
So if I wanted to be in, for me, the right position, for my head into the unit,
Yep.
I had to just sit straight.
Mhm.
And the sitting straight, it felt better to just leave the body behind and to
Relax.
let the body fully fully loose, to just feel this feeling.
Okay. And so other things that were going on within the room, did you receive anything physically, or did you sense that you received something from these souls, that these physical people that were in the unit with you?
I received 100% from the people and from the unit,
Mhm.
but it's hard to determine. There was a part where one got a glass of water,
Mhm.
and he shared it to us, but it was not possible for me to get this feeling of the water. I had something in my hand, and it gave me the connection.
Yeah.
But it felt like much more than just water.
Can you explain that a little bit more? How did it feel?
It was in my left hand,
Mhm.
and the energy went into my left hand. And it was a higher energy level, and there was plenty of energy, but it was not that I could feel just the water. For me, it was much more than the water.
Excuse me, Dean, could you move out of the frame? Can you hear me? Yeah, you're right in front of him speaking. We can't see him. Ah, thank you. Much better. Or stand to the side so we can see you too. Is okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Rick, for letting us know.
I had also the feeling to sit in the last experiment. I was sitting behind on somebody in front of me, and he was the captain, and I was really feeling that I'm in a spaceship with him. But I had Mr. Cash told us that we can fly somewhere. It was also that we would not fly with the physicality of the unit, but we could receive the feeling of the flight and of the other place. But nothing from it I could feel. I could just feel at the end the connection to the pilot and the sitting in the unit. This was what I
So
could
it was
experience.
a different spaceship to what you see in the movies.
Yes, but we have one movie where we have the new spaceship construction, and it's much more the I think it will be the spaceship like it's on the video when it's finished, everything.
Okay. And that was a happy place for you? You enjoyed that experience in there?
Yes, very much. It was, it's right now I'm also, I have this energy and this balance. I have some certain points where I had surgeries in my tooth region, for example, and other things. And I felt also balance in exactly that region where the regeneration has to do something.
Yeah. So you received what you needed to receive to balance whatever it was for you in the physicality. It seems this way, yeah?
Yes.
That's wonderful, yeah. And you felt, you sense that already, and you've only been, you literally, you just walked out within the last half an hour, no, 20 minutes or so. So you're feeling that energy when you were physically in there, and are you still feeling that connection now?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
And it will take time, so.
Yeah, that's wonderful, Joseph. Is there anything else you can think of that you're a very giving soul, very beautiful energy that has given to many people over the years. Is there anything that knowledge seekers, the ones that have been around for a long time, would sense and feel? That anything you would like to say that that you know, that really that soul beauty that they understand? How do you feel about that?
It's a hard question for me.
Of course.
It's the soul beauty. I'm energized. This is what I feel. I have plenty of energy at the moment. I never reached a more calm level. I was coming calm here. I had no expectations. I was not nervous or something else. I just stayed as neutral as I could, because I focused the experiment behind, and not something for me or something else. My only wish was to add to the knowledge, because I was unsure that I can reach something or something else. I have heard from testimonials, but
yeah,
if you are going here to the unit, it's your decision. If you are making expectations, you can do everything you want. It's just the way I experienced it today, and it's very great. This what I experienced here, I could not experience with the experiments at home, but they have the same character. It's you can experience here something special, and you are able to add to the knowledge. So please, if you feel ready, just sign in and come here, because the more people we are, I think the better the development will go to the spaceship, that at least in the future everybody is able to fly into the space or to certain places. And it's the experiments at home, they have also qualities, but here in the units you have added nearly everything you could need, I think, because it was overwhelming. It was not just the field of a macro system, not just the field. I'm not able to determine even what is built up there, and some other things. It's incredible. But the experiments at home, they have the same character. You receive energy, you get also balanced, but it's not this full package that is built up here. So it's really special and unique. And it's great, and let's see how it goes, because now I went out of the unit. I have not digested everything. I just went directly into this this live interview. And if you have,
how's your emotions now? How's your emotions? So just take a minute, have a space gap, just breathe. And how do you actually really feel in this moment?
A little bit of hungry.
Okay.
I don't know what happened so far. I was tired. I had less sleep. I had a long journey, 3 hours with the train. I just ended up here, and then I went into the unit. It's a very big difference between coming here and after the unit. And I'm fully balanced. I feel better than before, and I have the next days. I think the processes. How should I say it? I'm expecting some evolutionary processes the next time, the next weeks, the next months.
Okay.
And maybe I'm able to come again. And let's see how it goes.
So, because you're speaking beautifully, Joseph, and you're explaining things, and this is very beneficial for many knowledge seekers and the whole of humanity and beyond. as we know. So the energy that you received, are you feeling, I know you've got emotions going and you're saying you feel energized. Are you still feeling connection to the other souls that went in? Can you sense them still?
Dean, could you step to the side, please? Thank you.
I'm focused at myself at the moment. So I'm not to sense other people.
You have to interview them.
And at the moment, it's not possible. I don't have the feeling that I want to connect to somebody. I want to have time for myself at the moment. This is my feeling right now. Some little hunger appeared. It appeared in the unit. Maybe it was the connection to somebody that I feel this hunger, because it was very in a short period of time the hunger just came.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, and because the unit was giving me so much, so I have everything expected, but not a hunger feeling.
Yeah. So you need that 20%. You need a bit of the 20% to be able to get to the 100%.
I have eaten nearly nothing. I have stood up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I've eaten, it's called one croissant till now, nothing else. I had no hunger. I had one coffee and this croissant, and I have no direct need for food, but there's a feeling because I received so much energy. I think therefore I have this feeling to put metastate into myself. It's according to the much energy I could absorb.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph, for explaining that. Beautiful. We have two other people that we're going to interview as well. I know they're speaking in German, so if you wouldn't mind, if you can translate and be present, that would be very helpful.
Yes, it's possible, but you have to ask them before, because I think. Okay, thank you for everything, and hopefully we see you too at this wonderful exhibition and wonderful experience. Thank you.
I'm not sure, we lost the audio there, so I think it was turned off or something. Nice to hear from Joseph. Okay, is there more there, Mr. Kesh? Are you still there? Hello, we're not, I heard something start to come through there. We're not hearing any audio yet. Hello, are we still broadcasting? I think we're going to wrap up here soon because it's supposed to be 4.5 hours. So. And we do have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace and Justice coming up in less than 60 minutes. Starting at 4 p.m. Central European Time. Okay, I understand there's maybe 2 more testimonials. So we'll see. I think they're probably doing a debriefing or taking a short break, perhaps. Okay, well, I don't really want to play a video to fill in time because it will interrupt with the video broadcast, and I think we'll be coming back to the broadcast here very quickly. Anybody has any comments? Perhaps it's a good time to bring some comments up. Oh, hello, Mr. Kesh.
Have you been hearing me talking in the background?
Couldn't hear anything in the background.
Okay, now we are doing a special test where we have brought in different condition, people who do not know each other at all. And we allow them to see how they will take shape. With this situation, we don't give any instructions. As for the first half an hour or so, we let them to be on their own, and then we bring them back in, and we put them back through the system. It's important that we see the evolution of this, like in a way, you're in a commercial flight, but the standard flight is with your system. Just 1 second, please. I've got Yeah, we have Joseph as usual. He is going Yepit. So we try to find out how people behave as a collectively, as a strangers, and in respect to the people who are near them, which are strangers, because this is the reality. We are not always flying with our brothers and sisters and children. We travel with different people, the strangers, and how our soul interacts in a physical life. We get stressed, we talk, we get angry, we, what do you call it, react to them. But would our souls react that way? Would our souls, with somebody who you're angry, will interact with anger in a flight system? Is this a solution to bring people at these moments into the point of the soul? And today's test is set up for this purpose. We have a fixed number of people who come here every week without people ending to bring that control for us in the next past 2 or 3 weeks, which we put in to get the feeling of how they react in public. How do we react in setup? The people today we had are just booked in for a straightforward, what I call simulation flight test. As you saw, the first 2 group we put in as an addition to the system. And now we have added more into it to see in reality how do these people react, how do these people interact, how do these people recognize each other's soul. And this is a crucial structure if you're traveling with sort of many people together. Do you want me? Let's keep things on the dining table upstairs or somewhere on the way to the dining table. Can you check? Yeah, it's somewhere on the way. Pardon? Yes, I asked to check where the head was missing. So this is part of the trial we do and is set up for today. We preset some of our work as we come to it, that we can see what happens. People who are here, we know them. And then we ask questions or find out how do people interact with each other on the soul level. And I said, this is a very important part. It looks like people, bunch of people in the room. At the moment, there is about 7, 8 of them. And we separate them and then we ask questions of them, how and the way they felt, the way they are. And this will take us to the next step, to the next dimension, to the next direction, and sets us up to understand social interaction on the level of the soul, not the physicality. Physicality is in the room. But we have to understand how would a person feel having people which they do not know with them inside. And this is part of the test of today. Tomorrow, test will be different, but in so many ways, we go out to understand the totality of the work. And these are part of the research, social structure. How does the social structure of the soul stand? Are there any other questions?
Okay.
Rick?
Yes, do you hear me, Mr. Kesh? Hello?
Just wait. I think I read too far from your side. Could you repeat?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, we did have a question in the YouTube. Can we create plasma systems in other countries with direct connections with the flight system? Would it accelerate the mass elevation of people? Will people be aware of their soul for expansion?
The systems you see we use, it's specifically designed. Very, very specific. This is it's not gases anymore. It's the whole of plasma technology. Understanding of the field is very, as we say, it's got very complicated, but that's why we are precise. That's why we can do things. Is we can dictate terms, we can dictate what to do, what they feel, how they feel. And maybe in a few years' time, yes. But at the moment, the way we're setting it up, even with the satellite knowledge seekers, even with the people who bring mobile, is a lot of doing a lot of precise work for it to be done. It can be done. I mean, it's not it can be done. It will be done, but need time. Because don't forget, we are still even improving our own systems. With compared to the system we had even last week, compared to what is getting built now this week, from what we learned, as I explained to the knowledge seekers in the American teaching, we scrapped huge amount of investment away. We don't have a scrap, we just put it in the shop. One day we might use it. And that change will delay us maybe about 2 weeks, 3 weeks to bring it into operation and to see it working. And it comes from these experiences. And it's not very simple to build another machine like it and then find out you need to change it. In a way, if you have understood in so many ways, if you put the camera on that body enhancement unit and bring it back to the head unit, which now you see, this is how much technology has evolved. It's the evolution in science. It's changed what we've done. This is what we learned in the past 2 years. You see this huge body enhancement units. Now we can do something like 60, 80% of the work in these, what you see in a far distance enhancement unit. If our cameraman can turn, if you see now 60% of the work can be done in this unit. This is the evolution in science. And we are sure in next 6 months, 12 months, even this will be obsolete. Yeah. So you've seen these units before, and these are what you see in the center. It's a leap in science and a huge leap in technology. So when you say can be built, what do you want? How can we build it when it's at the moment, what do you call it, in such an infancy? That just maybe now 4 units will be around the world available, which is here. And then we want to expand it to the, what you call the vertical unit. When we launched the enhancement units, they were launched for different purpose. And now to serve that purpose, we don't need such a huge structures. Technology has jumped and is evolving quite rapidly. And when you look at the old enhancement unit across the room, this was to move the physicality of the man. Now with this new technology, we move the physicality in a much faster way, in a more efficient way, but we use the soul. If you understand the change in science, if you understand the change in the evolution in knowledge in past 2 years, is mind-boggling. You're only interested to see something, but we're interested to develop a technology which can do that something. It's not just as you heard this morning, you just go in the room and you sit in a chair and you come out and, oh, I felt the pain, or I felt the love on the left side, that gave a heat and I felt the heat. And this brings a lot of understanding. You're talking about, even you look at the enhancement units, if you look at it, we go inside it with a chair. Now is replaced with the head units, the enhancement. And even this now, in the past week, through the examination and test here, has gone through a revolution. And itself will take us at least about 4 weeks to bring that evolution applicable. And I'm sure in 6 weeks' time, in 10 weeks' time, even that, with what we gather, will be different. So can we place these around the world? Yes, but we have to complete the technology, otherwise it'll be obsolete the day before you receive it. It's a huge change. It's a huge, what I call leap in the science. How precisely you can send emotion. We tell you, if you understand it, to do from this chair to that chair, how you can direct emotion and feel it across. How you can send materials and taste it or feel it. To you, it's just a word, but it's a huge step in science. We don't have such a knowledge at the moment in human race. We don't have machinery. It's the first time ever seen, ever people can speak about it. The gentleman says, I can feel the water going down, or the feeling of the way I drink. Or the lady says, I can feel the whatever emotion or whatever was sent from another box. This to you as knowledge seekers is something you see, but you talk outside knowledge seekers, they tell you you're crazy because this is something a dream are made of. But now you've seen it. You've seen people public coming here. You've seen the people who go in and explain what they theory has been put into practice. Now is a system, as always, is a machinery and cannot be denied. Doesn't matter how you turn it. You show us anyone up to now could do this in such a open way, in such a, what do you call it, 1 and 3 way. That people come here, they don't need to make anything up. They don't need to make a false report. They don't need to do something to get paid by anyone. It's done by the knowledge seekers and through sharing of the open platform where we hear people, you get involved, and we see what happens. I just received messages through our backup people from Iran that now they're prepared to listen. Now they're prepared to bring changes in. Now they're bringing to whatever. We elevated the last. Why wasn't there last week? They were killing them and shooting them, and you don't want to see the videos I've seen coming out of Tehran or across Iran. It's not coincidental. How come it doesn't happen till something we do, and then it becomes it was there? The wishes of one woman has changed something, plus the wishes of the others who have. What's going to happen in Vatican next week, or in what do you call it, in Russia, with what you've done with Putin, and then become coincidental. Remember the date, the time. There is a registered time for it. This is what you have to learn. This is what you have to understand. This is what it is. Part of the change, you bring it. The knowledge brings it. And this is something people don't want to comprehend. You are making the future. Your decision, your love, whatever you call it, brings that. I'm going to go in and see how the nest is. I come back. You are very emotional. Want a glass of water? Now we have a glass of water.
Where's the ventilation for this place?
It was so beautiful. It was so beautiful that made you cry. I had to take you out because that was the thing. What happened? Thank you very much, Steve. What happened? What was so emotional and so beautiful that made you cry? Sorry, I had to take you out because you were crying very loud, so I had to take you. You don't speak English, but we need a translator. Can you bring Mario the guy down? As long as it was good, it's good. Was it you could see or you could feel the emotion?
I could see it.
Mm-hmm. Is this why you let the system go and you?
Yes, it was so strong.
Mm-hmm.
And
What happened with your arms? Yeah.
you see the earth. It is dark. It is black. And it's like
Just wait. We got Mario. Mario, could you translate for us, please?
es war an und für sich so, dass ich, also das erste Mal habe ich einfach nur die Energie, also der Herr Cash hat uns reingesetzt und das war nur Energie.
At first, she just felt the energy when she was sitting.
And then he came, also dann ist er das zweite Mal gekommen, dann hat er die Menschen noch platziert und dann ist er dann rausgegangen und dann habe ich aber gespürt, dass zuerst meine Seele, das ist, die Seele ist herausgegangen und hat sich, und ist, ich kann das nicht sagen, also wie Weltall, ja, und hat dann von oben abgeschaut und hat dann einfach nur gesagt, komm raus, komm raus. Es ist so, als würdest du von oben auf die Erde schauen und du siehst, es ist nur grau und nur grauer Schleier und schwarz.
Yeah. And she said
No. Keep it that way as it is.
the second time you came in and when you left again, she felt that a soul went out. She thought at first it was her own soul. Meinst du, das war deine Seele?
Genau.
Her
Ich
own
dachte
soul?
mir zuerst,
Go out where?
Yeah, into space. She saw space.
Mhm.
Und from upside, von oben nach unten.
Genau.
From upside to look down. She looked down.
Genau. Und die Erde, sie ist nur eingehüllt in einen schwarzen, wie ein grau-schwarzer Schleier.
It's like the earth was filled with a black, like a curtain around the
Yeah.
earth.
Ja, und dann habe ich aber gespürt, Müdigkeit.
Tiredness.
Yes, und dann sind mir die Hände runtergefallen und dann habe ich aber das Gefühl gehabt, ich steige noch einmal aus meinem Körper. Also noch einmal, nur heller.
Also war die Seele dann erst wieder da
Nein, die war oben.
und dann nochmal eine
Und
weitere
dann-
Stufe. sozusagen.
Genau, und die war total hell, also ganz
Ah.
hell.
Okay, then she felt like her soul was leaving her again, even though it was already out,
Mhm.
like an additional step or something like that. And then she said it got really bright.
Mhm.
Und dann waren wir da oben gemeinsam. Sozusagen, sie hat immer gesagt, die erste hat immer gesagt, komm raus. Komm raus.
So then she said then they
Okay.
were there together, and the first one, the first soul, always told her, come out.
Mhm.
Genau. Und ich konnte aber nicht, ich bin so schwer. Und ich habe ihm gesagt, ich kann nicht, ich bin so schwer, ich bin so schwer.
She couldn't because she was too heavy.
Mhm.
Und dann auf einmal sind mir die Arme runtergefallen und dann hatte ich einfach das Gefühl, okay, und jetzt kann ich raus. Aber ich verstehe jetzt nicht, was ist das andere. Also,
Then she said her body was heavy, and then she thought now she can go out. But when she can go out now, what's the others? The souls. She
Yeah.
is not sure what is what.
What's this one?
yes.
And what were you crying for?
Es ist, also, und dann habe ich diese Erleichterung gespürt. Also es ist Erleichterung.
A relief.
Ja?
Mhm.
Und dann kamen mir die Tränen. Also
And that's why.
das,
The relief made you cry.
ja. Und ich weiß aber nicht, was noch gekommen wäre, weil der Herr gestern gesagt hat, ich soll rauskommen.
She doesn't know what else would have happened if you wouldn't have taken her out.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to go back in again?
Yes.
Go back in. Can I ask you, Marie, you have to be here, Marie. Do you have people upstairs?
They don't need me.
No, they don't need you. Did you feel any difference when I brought people in the fields, in the energy?
Wenn andere noch dazu kamen.
Did you
Nee.
notice? Did you see them?
Nein.
You
Ich
couldn't
habe
see them.
Nein, ich habe meine Augen geschlossen.
She had her eyes closed.
Of course. Did you feel anybody coming into the room?
Ja, einer. Der ist so laut.
We are one because he was noisy.
Noisy.
Ja.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, we go back in. Let's take the trip. We usually, we have had a number of cases like this. We usually interfere because this is the step when the physicality starts moving. We see it, that they go into a transmutation, that they can go from one unit to another. And before she gets there, I had to get her out of it.
So
Yeah.
she was also
Which is,
close
yeah.
to
Yeah.
moving.
Yeah, because we see it, you see them with the light when they go into
That's
opposition.
what she described as being bright.
Right, there's the light when they go through.
Mm.
We saw the same thing with the other lady last week.
She was also shaking.
She was crying loud, and that's why I had to bury her. She was happy.
Yeah, she was.
You see them, you see the light, you see that. It's not a problem, it's when she explained to us, because Mario just translated it. She saw a light and then another light. When first light is the soul, second one light is the soul of physicality.
Yeah.
When you see that, it means the body is ready to go.
And then she said, she was, right. She said, then I could go.
I could go.
But then if, what
What happened?
if the other two, what is the other two and
Yeah.
what is me?
Yeah,
So she was referring to her body as the
body
last part.
physicality, yeah.
Yeah. So the first two souls already there, she described that. And the third one was
Was
just
her.
her physical body.
And then, like last week, I had to go and interfere and come back, get you out.
Nice.
It's the second time. You see, this is the.
If she'd have taken that next step.
We would have seen her in the other machine.
She just got-
Yeah, because I set it up now a specific way that she could do
So there's nowhere else they can go other than
to the other machine.
So you're capturing-
We got them by the toe.
So you want to make sure that the system is working both ways?
No, the system we set up is not supposed to, but there's a way you can do.
I mean, if they land somewhere else,
They can't
The
land
way-
anywhere.
they cannot land,
No.
they cannot leave the
That's
room.
what-
No, they cannot, the way it's set up. Because they're connected to the, it's the soul of the system which let them go. So we always have it together.
So it's basically the field of the system that
Yeah.
is the boundary.
The factory field of the room is a boundary now, because it's everything. Now you've seen it twice. This is how advanced we got with it.
Yeah.
And she's seen her soul, the soul of physicality. This
And
was
and
these
she
two.
couldn't explain what it was, you
What
know, this is like, this is a me, this is a me, and this is a me.
A me.
So who am I?
Yeah, it's the 3 stages. Yeah, and then when she let, this is when this, we got to stop the, we understand more of it. But you see how systems got 2 people within 2 sessions.
Hmm.
Get in that position.
Is there a difference between the two people?
They're different people. Yeah, they're different people, but I see it.
This women are special or sensitive or?
No, that we
What
got
is-
men the same. We had the same men. We saw it the same. But now she clearly explains the first light, the second light, and then comes the body with physicality. Yes,
That was
because
a really nice explanation. Like the second light when the light when it was got bright. But how did she explain? Like she was on top in space, and then something left her again.
again,
There was
this
the
is
body
soul
of
of
the soul.
physicality.
And then the last thing she said, me.
What am I doing here?
They are already there, the two. I'm still here. So.
We can literally do. If we would have left her just in time, she would have been across in the other machine like that. We're not far from it, but we got to understand it first.
Yeah.
But the new system getting built for the next one, instead of waiting the 10, 15 minutes, we'll do it instantaneously. Now it's been upgraded. Yeah, you can walk in and move on.
Yeah, that's what this is there for,
Ready?
right? So it won't take long.
No, the new one is built now in the lab. Is about 1.5 times taller than this. I was in it last week.
Why? Why is it taller?
It's adjustments systems in it. You actually, when you go in, you feel midget inside.
So will both of the units be that big?
Yeah. But it's, I think it's about 3 meter high, 3.5 meter
Okay.
high easily.
So we can have some people from the universal community that are taller
Yeah.
as well.
Some midget ones.
Is it still live? Is Rick still connected?
I don't know. Rick, are we connected? Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you fairly well, and we can sort of hear the people talking. It's a little hard to hear.
Yeah, well, we got Mario who's here, and he was present in the last week session with the other lady when she was going through the transmutation. And today we have another lady who's just been going through what she explained. As you heard, she saw a light going out from her, a big light, which is her soul. Then she said, I saw a second light going out, and this is the soul of physicality. And then she says, what about if those two gone, my soul has gone and the other one's gone, what am I doing here, which is the physicality? And this is the way when it interfere. And that's why she was crying in the system that she has actually gone through a full, we could have the same problem or position that she moves into the other system. We go through a full transmutation. And I just set the system for this about 5 minutes before she goes through it, because she says she remembers, or she could hear me going in. And so now we see again confirmation of the soul and the second soul, soul of physicality, and then physicality saying, what am I doing here if those gone? I leave it behind, or I'll go with them. If you, when you die, you leave the body behind and you let the two go. And when you're in a transmutation, the body is gone, I belong to them, I go with them. And this is the beauty of what is to come. And you hear it firsthand from people who are going through the experience of transmutation. In the next couple of months, the new machines coming in will follow the light. When I walked into the room, I could see the light. You see the light of the soul. But you're an observer, you cannot touch. But when she was in the machine, she just let the handles go because there were no additions. The other, she's told us it's so beautiful, it's so peaceful. Someone watches their own soul, and this is what we call the spirit or the soul of physicality, leave them and asking a question, now what am I doing here? And this is, as I'm not dying, so I have to go with them. And where we land, the original light is where you manifest yourself in the dimensional position. Now we have a real physical. This is a beauty with these, what we call live presentations. This is a blueprint of exactly what's going to happen to all of us. Actually, what happens to all of us at the point of death. We see the soul leaving. We see the soul of physicality leaving, and there's no attachment to physicality. And this is the beauty. This is the advancement in understanding the knowledge of the creation. I'll go back in and see what's cooking in the oven, as we say.
Jacko mentions in the Zoom chat, with visiting the system, you start to change processes in your body and soul. The progress doesn't stop. He also mentions the emotional energy can be extremely strong. Alfred mentions the first time it is linking up, and from then on we are connected. Quite a few people have reported that they felt connected to Linz even after leaving and being many thousands of miles away. Okay, we've had some comments about audio issues today, and rightfully so. There's been some audio issues. So we apologize for that, but it's part of the process of learning, and it's things are being done in the spur of the moment. And with that, it's hard to keep up sometimes with the different audio settings and levels and different microphone systems and so on and so forth. So we're all doing the best we can. I try to keep all the levels up to maximum on the Zoom, but sometimes this source can be a bit low. Hello, Mr. Cash, are you back? Back from the front? You see an image, but not a moving image. Something appears to be stalled.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here. Just to know, these images on the fly and obviously just being taken literally in the moment, and just to be shared, just images that express,
Okay.
show the feeling of the day.
It's not the video stopped
It's not the
accidentally.
video stop. No, it's a still image that we just taken.
Okay, lovely, yeah.
All live, Rick, all in the moment and all happening in this historic moment. Right. Today has been a very incredible day, as I'm sure you've all witnessed, and it's been a long day, and we're used to this. In the good old days when the Keshe Foundation used to broadcast continuously, well, that seems to be re-emerging once more.
Well, we have the One Nation show scheduled in 15 minutes, but I'm not sure if we're going to be able to dive into that yet.
Do you want me to go and ask Mr. Keshe if he would like to go into this, Rick, or are you going to ask him?
Well, maybe remind him that there is the One Nation. We can delay it though. It's not a big deal. It's probably better to continue with this show than to end it prematurely.
Yeah, sure. I'll just go and just have a quick word and see what Mr. Keshe feels.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Hello, Rick. It's Dean here again. I've just spoken with Mr. Keshe. He said no, carry on. He'd like to continue with what's happening in this moment with the flights. Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, sorry about this. I'll come back. Now we have got the extra people out, and one of the people who was sitting in had this feeling of what was going on with the lady on the same side because she was sitting there. She felt what the other lady was going through. What is very interesting in there is that she's still going through the same emotion.
The relief.
The relief, whatever, we're going to find out when she comes out. But the difference this time with all the ones we've done before, we don't give them no instruction. We don't do anything. We take in control, they're just passengers. You know, we usually tell them to do something. We want to see without a control what they do.
Yeah, because it's like they are leaning towards doing something, right?
Yeah.
That's how the system is working.
Yeah.
But like they have the feeling they want to go to the other unit.
Yeah. Now it's no word, no instruction, nothing. What happened when you go in and there's no instruction?
That'd be interesting to see how the soul reacts, how they react in their physical bodies to being
To each other. In
to
there.
expand out, to expand the soul. Be
Yeah,
interesting.
you heard the other lady coming out. She said, "Oh, there was something wrong. Everything was going everywhere." She felt the emotion. with
But
her.
isn't it also possible that they just all have their own experience and they don't focus on, you know?
That's what we want to do now. We usually direct them, taste, do something. This group, they don't know each other. There's a bunch of strangers sitting in the airplane next to each other or in one room. Huh? How they do, what they do. If they take something with them. They will hear.
Yeah.
Rick, I'm going to leave with you for about 10 or 15 minutes and we come back to you.
Okay.
Okay. If you want to open One Nation, One Planet into it, no problem. And then we can do it all in one go.
Me broadcast from where we are now.
It's all the same number, isn't it?
Well, it's a different YouTube video and different
Yeah, it's all the same.
live
We
stream.
carry on with this, and then when
It's
we
the whole-
finish, we carry on with One Planet.
It's a
One Nation.
different live stream. We'd have to upload it
Yeah.
to the other channel.
Okay,
So
give us give us about 10 minutes, and we bring this session to a close, and then you can carry on with One Planet, One Nation.
Okay, whatever's best.
Yeah, but they've got about another 10, 15 minutes. The emotions are very, very high in there. I was explaining just now before to Mario and Dean that this part we deliberately don't give any instruction with this session to see how the system works and how people interact with the system and so on. Just give me 10 minutes, 15 minutes, we finish, and then you can start your other session.
Okay, for
Thank you.
video here about that length. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bear with me, I'm trying to find a video here. Okay, this video is called "We Are Creators, a Spark of the Divine." And it's just a short one, 5 minutes, but see how that goes.
As many planets and moons and whatever rotate around the sun, if you understood the totality, so the unicos rotates around one sun, which is the creator, the soul of the creator, where all the energy comes from. When you look at the drawing of the unicos, especially in the back of the third book, the center point is the creator. And the rest are on their own clusters of their own clusters of their own cluster. If you compare it to the soul of the man, your brain has its own soul, your kidney has its own soul, your heart has its own soul, and then within it, the other sections, compartments of the fields of the strength to clean up the zinc, let's say, in your kidney, another part to clean up any vitamin D's, and another one, these become little galaxies. And then within the galaxies, then you have different tissues and the cells, and then become these like planetary system and whatever. But in fact, the essence of life of this cell in the kidney, which does certain job, is connected to the soul, which has been as a center. And that's the same. The whole unicos evolves and fed by the soul of the creator within the center. All these universes are those clusters of kidneys and whatever, different galaxies. You are a creator. When you're a mother, you're a creator of that child. But you can be no mother, but create the love for a child, and you still create of new emotion in that child.
Yes, I accept that. But
So,
if I'm a creator, I'm big. So I'm not
no,
given
who
from
says?
God. Creator is kind of power.
No. If you create a statue, do you have a power over a statue? Move, sit, move, left, right. We don't have that. What suits us to befit us and befit our emotion?
Yeah, because we say there is only one God.
There are many gods.
Okay. And when you say my command is my wish is
it's my decision. It's my decision, and I'll be it. I decide, and I'll be it.
But can I say that also?
Yes.
My wish is my command.
You decide to go to the shop to buy the clothes, it's your command. You decide to go. If you sit, the clothes doesn't come from the shop to you, does it? Yeah?
Yeah, but it's not instantaneous. You know,
one is in the dimension of the soul, and one is in the dimension of physicality.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
You just said there are many gods. Do you want to wait until next week to expand on that?
The God is us. Translation of the God as a creator, not translation of God as the big creator of everything. You understand? There is a philosophy which we come into it when man matures, even our creator as a creator. Otherwise, how was he created? You understand?
But where does that change stop? Does it stop?
It becomes us. It comes back to us to become them, to become us as what? As one.
Kind of like with the technology when you're feeding it back into yourself.
Yeah. Are there any questions, Rick? Can you hear me?
Sorry, I didn't have my mic open there. I don't see any hands up right now.
Okay. I think one day session was good enough for you as knowledge seekers to see daily life here at the UNO Center and how things take shape. And some people go through different emotions and you hear them. And it's interesting to understand how all these little experiences allows us to build up a new cycle of transportation, transmutation, and cycle for man to know himself better. What you've seen today with the first group and others, this is a daily occurrence here, and we are reaching a point of literally within a matter of maybe a month or two with the new developments to have a full transmutation transportation available, which we needed for the mobile transportation, and we need it for what do you call it, use of the satellite systems with the people who become satellite. you got to realize we can't gather this knowledge for us and for our team without you participating, without you coming in, without you coming to experience, without you coming to add to the data or become volunteers on the satellite and the rest. We need to go forward with all this development, and we need you as knowledge seekers to come in to bring us that position, to bring us that time and the space for us to literally learn more, that we can make everything much faster, much more efficient, and in a way come out of the hands of many things which we were used to. And for the first time today, you have seen what we call elevation of the soul of the world leaders. We're getting, as you know, it from about 4 or 5 different channels, what is coming out of Iran today when the government is ready to give concessions, ready to discuss. And now we see that we bring as part of it, we are not the totality of it, the elevation of the soul. There are many people who are crying for this. They could get advantage of, disadvantage of it. But when we come to a situation like what we see today, it's important that we don't become big-headed and that we did it. It's a collective work of many, many souls, and we'll see what comes up. The structure is set, and in a way, it's a rule by soul, not rule by marching and killing and shouting. And we bring that change in a specific way. Maybe for the first time I can explain it as we are entering to the section of the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on a Tuesday afternoon, is that we can reach the soul of many, maybe the whole of the population on this planet. But as I said, mankind is used to leadership. If we can create through this specific way leaders who are just, leaders who understand leadership, leaders who we transfer our emotions and they become the, what we call the carrier of our wishes in a good way, then we understand to come to understand in a very simple way. We have come to a new way to govern as one nation. Collectively, we decide. Emotionally, collectively, we wish and we achieve. Collectively, we do it through the soul. A new way to do it. We don't march the streets. We spread the streets with love, with care, with what we call with the soul of the man. And this is what the new cycle of governing is. You rule through the love and creation of condition you create with your soul, not with weapons and shouting and howling and what we've seen in different countries today. So as a one nation, one planet, one race, we are seeing a new ways. We are observing a new attitude to leadership, to being there, to run, to be able to serve, without actually doing anything else. Because now we touch the soul, we touch the source of the energy of the world leaders. And that's what it counts. That's where the change comes in. And I'm going to bring the last 3 people for today out of the system. And we'll see what brings tomorrow. If we decide to bring you for a second session tomorrow, or today was a good understanding of the technology for you lot to be here. And we open the doors again in the coming time. And we'll see how we elevate other members of this world leadership to become peaceful people. I'm going to go in and we'll see if they will go on camera, and then we close the case for today. till X. What happened? Very cold. What happened in there with you? What happened inside? Yeah, wait, Maria's here. Hi, Maria. I'm asking her what happened inside. She said she's very cold.
Ja, was ist innen passiert? Du bist kalt?
Ja. Ich hatte keine Wechsel.
Can't hear any of the answers, Mr. Cash.
Schüben?
We need a microphone.
Yeah, so she was really cold. She was already cold before, but then it came like in waves. The cold, the cold. And yeah, the cold came in waves. And she's also said that she had the feeling like she's starting to fly. She like floating and drifting back and forth.
Im Strudel so ein bisschen rund.
Yeah, so like upwards and then also in a spiral direction downwards again.
Yeah.
Dann ein Druck im Ohr beziehungsweise ein Quietschen im Ohr.
Okay. So a pressure in the ear or a strange noise.
But when you were sitting in the unit, did you have any emotional motion in a way? Were you drifting into any direction?
Irgendeine Emotion, als du in der Einheit saß, dass sich etwas in eine Richtung gezogen hat? Links oder rechts?
Nach rechts. Also nach oben nach rechts und als es nach unten ging, nach links.
Which one? In the first system or the second system?
Yes.
Das ist das erste.
Yeah. Okay.
Also oben war es nach rechts gezogen und unten nach links?
Ja.
Okay. So she said when she was up, then it pulled her to the right. And when she was down, it pulled her to the left.
To the left. Okay, thank you very much. Anything else?
Noch irgendwas, was du hinzufügen möchtest?
No. Let me explain because I explained before. You're the only group which we gave no instruction to.
Ich wollte Sie fragen, ob sie Schmerzen in den Armen und den Schultern hatte, die ich vielleicht vorne da gemerkt habe.
What happened?
She was asking if she had pain in her arms or shoulders because that's what she was feeling. She might thought it might came from her.
Yeah. This group is the only group we gave no instruction. We left it to you to
Also
see.
das ist jetzt die einzige Gruppe bisher, die keine Anweisung bekommen haben.
So you're
Damit
all
jeder
on your
selber
own.
überlegt, was er macht.
Yeah.
Das war bewusst so.
That's what it was. What about you?
Also von meiner Seelenreise habe ich nichts gespürt. Ansonsten keine besonderen Emotionen. Das Einzige, was mir vielleicht aufgefallen ist, ich habe zwischen den Kabeln so rötliche, orange Flecken ab und zu gesehen. Vielleicht auch vom Auge her.
He said he had no trip, he wasn't going anywhere and no big experience, but he saw between the cables, zwischen den Kabeln, between the cables, he saw like an orange glow.
With which cables?
Welche Kabel?
Die vor mir in dem Gerät waren.
In front of him with the device, the unit.
Nah. We don't have any orange things in the color there.
Er sagt, wir haben da nichts Orangenes, aber das, was wir gesehen
Vielleicht
haben.
eine Sinnestäuschung. Ich habe jedenfalls diese Flecken gesehen.
Flecken oder Leuchten, Farben?
Ja, orange, rötlich.
How big? How
Wie
big?
Wie groß waren diese?
Nicht groß.
Not big, orange, yellow, red.
What
color.
size? Tiny? Big?
Ja, wie groß?
2 Zentimeter.
Und das sind
vielleicht.
Flecken von Farbe oder hat es geleuchtet?
Kann auch geleuchtet haben.
Yeah, like spots of colors that may have even be illuminated.
No, we don't have anything. This is a talk room. And what about the lady? Because we had to bring her out once.
Yeah.
What happened the second time?
It's recorded and published.
It's already live.
It's live.
It's already live. Yeah. Nobody knows who you are.
So it's without camera.
It is without camera.
Also es ist anonym. Keiner weiß,
The
wer es ist.
camera is facing that way. Yeah. Even this time you came out, it was live. People can hear. Yeah. Okay, tell us what happened.
Nur da unten. Nur da unten.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Also, als ich vorne gesessen bin, also rechts vorne, habe ich erlebt, dass ich eine Seele dass sich etwas Schwarzes, für mich war es die Seele, verabschiedet hat und ist ins Universum. Und sie war dort oben unterwegs und wollte mir immer sagen, ich soll nachkommen, ich soll kommen, ich soll mir die Erde anschauen. Die Erde ist schwarz, schwarz und grauer Schleier. Das ist das, was die Erde momentan ist. Schwarz und grauer Schleier.
Yeah, she explained that she was like her soul was leaving her, going upwards, and her soul was always, and she noticed it as black. And she said that her soul was telling her, come up and look at the earth. And then when she looked at the earth, she saw like a black mantle around her.
Und ich konnte aber nicht raus, denn mein Körper ist so schwer. Also ich bin so schwer, ich konnte nicht raus. Und ich habe aber dann eine Müdigkeit gespürt und meine Hände sind rechts und links runtergefallen und auch mein Kopf wollte sich einfach nur ausruhen.
Yeah. And then she said she couldn't go up. She said she was too heavy. She tried to go up, but
Can
she
I
was
ask
too
you a
heavy.
question? What happened when you went in the back seat as a passenger?
Was ist passiert im hinteren Sitz als Passagier?
Ich wurde müde. Ich wurde müde. Ich wollte einfach nur schlafen, nur Ruhe haben. Und da war's vorbei. Also da wollte ich nur Ruhe haben.
At that point, she was really tired and only wanted to rest.
Rest. So she
Yeah.
didn't go anywhere. She
Yeah.
was a true passenger.
Ja, also ist nirgendwo hingegangen dann.
Nein, da war ich nirgends.
Passagier.
Ich war Passagier, genau.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, because she went through a lot of emotion beforehand. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to say?
Was du hinzufügen möchtest?
Aber es war als ich dann nach oben kam, also meine Seele sozusagen, hat mir die schwarze Seele erklärt, sie war nur hier, um mich aufzuwecken, um mir zu zeigen, du kannst mehr, als du momentan machst. Du kannst alles machen, was du willst. Ich bin nur hier, um dir zu zeigen, du kannst gehen. Und sie hat mich dann noch gefragt, ob ich wissen möchte, wo ich herkomme. Und ich habe gesagt, ja, das würde ich gerne wissen. Und sie hat mir dann meinen Heimatplaneten gezeigt.
Okay. She said when the first thing she explained, the black part, the black soul, she said later that when she got up, that the black soul told her that it was just there to show her that she can do this. And then what she described as the black soul asked her if she wants to know where she's from. And then she said yes, and then she was shown a planet, her home planet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you. We go back on. Thank you very much for coming. Thanks. What we seen today is what we do not interfere. We do not interfere with this section. So it's a pure, as you sit on a plane, we decide the destination, we decide the place to go. We tell them to go to the Mars and Moon, but this time they decide where they go. This is a part of simulation and not a full flight, what we call system as we set up. You, today, for the first time, you see the way the foundation runs its operation with knowledge seekers. They are not elite tested, as a lot of space agencies do, be trained and to do whatever. You come here, you bring us the knowledge, the experience, and we take it to the next step. And it's knowledge seekers who are building this knowledge and be working as one team and one nation, one planet. We've seen today from 5 different nationalities here. And they're all here to add to the knowledge and to see where we can go further on with this technology. Thank you very much for today, Rick. I know it was exhausting for you, still got another bit of session going on. And I think we call it a day for tomorrow because we have a flight test, short flight test day. And we'll see what we learn. As usual, we will share with you as it happens. Thank you very much for today. And thank you very much, Rick, and for all the knowledge seekers in the background.
So just to clarify, we won't have a broadcast at the 10:30 a.m. time like today. It'll be
not really, unless something very exciting happens, we call it in.
Okay.
But it
All
is
right.
good for people to see how it happens, how people come out, what the emotions are involved, and what we learn each step by step from it.
Yes, very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, for showing us in real time as it happens. It's no one else does things that way. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much indeed. See you next time.
Okay. Well, ooh, that's been quite a session. It's a lot of emotional things coming out and so on. Well, that brings to a close today's Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Flight Simulation Blueprint Testimonials for Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. So we may or may not have a broadcast tomorrow. If we do, it'll probably be a short one. And that brings us to, brings us to the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace. I suggest we take a break here. I need to have a short break. So I think we will start that on the hour. How about in half an hour on the hour, which is the 5 p.m. Central European time, I believe. Is that right? Yeah, half an hour from now. Okay, Ike has a hand up. Is there something you want to ask, Ike, before we end here?
No, I think I came in late. My apologies. Can we listen to this sometime?
Listen to it? Yes, it's recorded in YouTube and in live stream.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready. I don't understand your statement there, Stefania. So why we do not finish in 30 minutes all, as we are already in One Nation. Anyway, I plan on starting the One Nation in about half an hour. We'll open up the Zoom room as per usual, and we'll see you then if you're attending the next public teaching workshop. If you missed that one, the next public teaching workshop will be the Kesh Plasma Reactor Group, which will be tomorrow, Wednesday, October 12th, and starting at 7 a.m. Central European Time. Okay, I think we're going to end for now, and I'll take us out with the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit music version once again. Thank you, everybody, for attending today's workshop, and see you in the next public teaching workshop. Bye for now.